When rebranding fails, Kai Cenat.
Some say rebranding as a content creator, artist, or creative anything is a make or break in a lot of people's careers. You can have good creator rebrands, like Speed going from a kid yelling slurs in his mom's basement at 3 a.m. and doing voodoo rituals or whatever you call this. Genuinely, we gotta ask.
Wow, Speed's fucking, like, content arc is crazy, because now he does, like, very, like, cultural, like, showcasings of, like, the world. And he used to, like, light off fireworks in his bedroom.
What the f was wrong with Speed in 2021? To now becoming one of the biggest live streamers in the world and breaking generations of propaganda from the media. But then you also have creators on the opposite side of rebranding, like Sneeko. Turning from a person who used to be labeled one of the most creative YouTubers on this platform for his unique style of videos, to now having to hang out with the sinister six of streaming and appealing to racists because that's how much his audiences got diluted. Either have a sand machine grounding your ball sack for 5 minutes, or have your sister in a room with these guys for 5 minutes.
Well, I think the appeal of the content change for the hard right audience is a similar content change that comedians make to religious comedy and Christian comedy. It lowers your audience threshold, but it increases the dedicated audience that you have. Does that make sense? So I don't even know if a lot of like hard right-wing creators believe what they say, but it basically guarantees the fact that you're going to have an audience, even if it is smaller. It guarantees that you have that audience. It's the same thing with Christian comedy. Like, if you're a comedian and then you pivot to Christian comedy, like, you lose a wider audience, but you gain a more dedicated, smaller fan base. And so that's like the path that a lot of them go. And they're a lot hardcore, a lot more hardcore fans, right? It's a very weird pivot that a lot of people make, but yeah, I mean, you see people make it pretty quickly. Not pretty quickly, pretty often, if that makes sense. I used to be far right wing, thank God I'm not anymore. I mean, I'm not judging like political viewpoints, but I just think like I am. It's like, well, I mean, it's not. It's a mixture. It's not. I have nothing wrong with conservative content creators, but the purpose of making hard right content is to appeal to a smaller net fan base that just fucks with you. That's what it is, right? Like I think when you make like liberal, if you just make content and you have liberal views, you're not making liberal content all the time. Like, I have liberal views. I don't air them out every day. But if you are a hard right content creator, a lot of the content that you have to make revolves around that. There's the same that could be said around left-wing creators, right? Like, Hassan is a very left-wing creator. Hassan's content is all politically motivated. But I think, like, if you're in that, like, kick rumble space, there's like 90% of your content has to be around politics.
Personally, I'm sorry for my offspring, but y'all can no longer be born. Sometimes these rebrands come...
There are like exceptions to that, but I'm saying a lot of it is like BP right wing, like it's their job to appeal to that audience.
Naturally though, and I think those are always the best types. Just like how I mentioned Speed earlier, most of his rebranding came...
Do you still like your chatters aren't liberals? I don't have a problem with conservatism. I have a problem with when people just refuse to, like with the current ICE shit, when people are like, well, that lady shouldn't have tried to drive away. I'm like, dude, he shot her in the chest like fucking 3 times. I'm like, he killed her, right? Like now it's just like just being an ass to be an ass, right? There's like a difference between having like financially, fiscally conservative views or like some socially conservative views or religious views to like literally just not giving a fuck about the fact that like somebody got murdered. Right.
From him maturing from being a
like there's a difference there.
Teenager that grew up on the internet and watching edgy creators, then actually went out in the real world and saw real people. There's a reason why the most edgiest creators on...
And I know that'll piss people off, but like, I gotta say, I don't know why people immediately get agitated when the creator they watch doesn't have the same views as them. Like, it's very narrow-minded to assume that the creator that you watch is just going to agree with what you think. Right? Because you like their content. Like, that's just not going to be the case, right? One way or the other, right? There's going to be people that are liberal that watch conservative content creators that get annoyed when they have those views, right? For me, I'm liberal. People get annoyed when they find out I'm not conservative. It's usually assumptive that I'm conservative because I'm a straight white man, and so they look at me and they just assume I'm like a Chad of sorts. But It's like, I don't know. Holy PR? It's not PR, man. It's not PR. So many people say that, man. So many people are like, Joe's liberal for PR. Brother, I went to college for philosophy. I'm very attuned to atheism. I'm basically on the cusp of absurdist nihilism. I don't believe in God, right? If you just took my viewpoints, that would religion. It's like I feel like it's not PR, man. Like I think there's nothing after death, man. I think that's like, it's just obvious that I would probably be somewhat socially left leaning, you know? Like even without like PR in the picture, it's just like atheism. Atheist, probably not conservative. Like most of that's like, it's a true thing where if you take somebody's sex, income, religious perspective, how often they go to church or their synagogue or whatever place of worship is, like you can factor in what they'll probably be, right? Politically. Like I'm not liberal for PR. I'm not actually liberal. I'm a social democrat, right? Is how I would perceive my own views. Nobody knows what that means though, so I just say I'm a liberal. But it's like a little different. It depends on the topic though, right? I could have a take that's more middle grounded, but like the majority of the time, I would say I fall into a more liberal way of thinking. Like, I don't believe in God. I'm not religious. I have no problem with gay marriage. I support the LGBTQ, right? So all of these things kind of coincide with like my base philosophical beliefs. So it's not something for PR. It's just that's what I think. And that upsets people. Abortion, I support abortion. Oh, God, that really upsets people. Yep, I know. Also, not PR. That's just, I don't see a problem with abortion. Third trimester is a different conversation, right, where you're about to have the kid. But to say that, you know, and I'm not saying that's just get dubs. Like, you could say L. Joe. I don't give a fuck, right? You could disagree with me. But, like, I'm not being liberal for PR. There's an equal, and to say I'm being liberal for PR is like, dude, the majority, not majority, you know how many men in the younger Gen Z era are conservative? The majority of my audience is men. So many people that watch me are conservative. It's equally appealing for me to be either for PR, right? I could pivot either way. Like, it's not a PR stance.
Platform, most of their
Can we move on from that?
audience is teenagers because that's when you're the most on the internet, that grew up on the internet and watching edgy creators, then actually went out in the real world and saw real people. There's a reason why the most edgiest creators on any platform, most of their audience is teenagers because that's when you're the most on the internet. And
Joe ... is very obvious the majority of your audience is liberal. Yeah, because a lot of people stopped watching me when I shared political views. That's, you know, the amount of people that unfollowed me like way back when I said that I supported Palestine. Like, I mean, now I think both sides really are against Israel, but like early, like years ago, right? Not years ago, like a year and a half ago, when I said that I supported Palestine, the amount of people that were like, I fucking hate you. Okay, don't watch me. It's not a PR thing, dude. I've gotten fucking death threats for my views. On either side, that's going to happen.
Just like how I mentioned Speed earlier, most of his rebranding came from him maturing from being a teenager that grew up on the internet and watching edgy creators, then actually went out in the real world.
I literally think that's the arc that I had. Like, people will be like, you're so much more political now. I'm like, no, I just have a philosophy channel and a lot of philosophy takes somewhat intertwined with politics. I started content when I was a teenager. I'm now 23. I've gotten older. I think my content's slightly matured.
World and saw real people. There's a reason why the most edgiest creators on any platform, most of their audience is teenagers because that's when you're the most on the internet and have the least life experience. There's also rebrands that are straight up a hard launch and the person is saying this is exactly how they're going to be moving like, which is usually more dangerous because you're telling the entire audience you built up that you're no longer that person they watched. And the newest rebrand we have from a big creator is none other than Kai Cenat. I don't think we've had a hard launch rebrand from somebody as big as Kai Cenat in a while.
I'm gonna have the take that I think he approached this goal of making clothing very poorly. And I think he took the break from streaming for his mental health, which was needed, and I have nothing wrong with that. But I think going from streaming all the time to disappearing for 4 months to saying you're just gonna quit streaming and start a clothing brand, it's like, well, now how are you gonna promote it? Your entire audience watched you for your personality, and now you want to start a clothing brand, but your means of promotion for that clothing brand no longer exist because you're not streaming anymore. It's like, I think the best way that he could have done it was stream less, still stream, start the brand, and then slowly go from like streaming to clothing and then just done, right? Versus just being done and then launching the clothing brand. You know what I mean? Like, how are you going to promo it?
Not too long ago was he yelling "yacht" at women getting up on his stream.
Saying so.
I'm sorry. Let me lock him out real quick. Hold
I
on.
mean, you know what I'm saying? All right, bet. Go ahead.
The thought of an historian in the year 2900 going back to this time and studying these type of clips always crosses my mind. And now Kai's brand new look is him launching a fashion brand and trying to become a designer himself, while also self-helping himself by trying to fix his reading struggles and working out. Off the word,
I don't have a problem with the reading videos either. It's like a self-accountability of like posting those videos to ensure that you read more. But I think being able to read and then comprehend reading is two different things. When you read out loud, I mean, maybe this is a person-to-person thing, but I'm just going to have this take. I think if you read out loud, you're not actually absorbing what the fuck you're reading most of the time. Like, if you're focusing on the pronunciation of the words, you're not actually focusing on the meaning of the word itself. Like, all the videos that he posts are him reading for 30 minutes, and he's not actually reading. Like, he's reading, but it's reading for pronunciation, not reading for understanding. And those are two different things. You could read for understanding, but if you're focused on pronunciation, you're not focused on the purpose or what you're actually absorbing.
Working out. Off the wording itself, it doesn't sound...
It's the reverse for me. I think it does vary, but I think if you're like trying to read and you're focusing on the pronunciation of that word, you're not actually focusing on what that word means. He does look up what those words mean, but it's like, if I'm reading 5 pages, I'm going to absorb it a lot better in silence than out loud. I think it depends on the person, but I think largely, like, I kind of have that take from the idea of popcorn reading. Like, when you were a kid and you had popcorn reading and your name got called, whatever paragraph you just read, you were not focused on what the fuck that shit meant. You were focused on not stuttering and pronouncing the words in a meaningful way. Right, or not a meaningful way, the right way.
Bad at all. There's been 2 reactions to this. One
Neon for the sub.
Being people who just hate to hate and basically hate on any.
You rebranded? I think I had a rebrand from the loud beanie guy to me, but that took a while. I don't think that rebrand took place until 2022. I think around 2022, like the summer of 2022, I started actually making content that was me. I think prior to, it was like just like LARPing as some fucking angry beanie guy. And I do get angry, but I think like I don't like any of the content that I created, like even honestly like 2022 and prior. I think 2023 I was like, okay, now I just like make the content I want to make.
Anything Kai does. If Kai does something like save a cat from a tree, they're in the comments saying some like he's worse than Hitler. Then there's a other group of people who genuinely just find his rebrand corny and don't like it. And if you see my videos, I've defended Kai from random who just hate to hate on the internet or try to find a random problem. But I've also been critical of Kai, and this rebrand was
executed terribly.
This all started back when he ended a subathon at the end of September in 2025. He hit 1 million subs, had 1 million viewers at the end. He had...
The Mafiathon really did feel like a very heavily branded event, though. Like, it was so focused around the gaining of subs rather than the content itself, is how I felt. Not to say that there weren't good bits, but it was like, we want to hit 1 million subs, so we're going to do everything to hit 1 million subs. And everything was like monetizable, where there were like certain days where subs were matched and they were like subs off, and we're going to have like power hours and stuff.
Every celebrity in the book on it. LeBron James shaved his head on stream. We could have just left the last part. All we needed to see was the king on stream. And after his stream ended, he decided to take a long hiatus to spend it with his girlfriend vacationing around the world, seeing different places. Kind of awkward knowing that now, considering they just went through a pretty public breakup and she's dissing all of his friends and people around him. On this vacation, he was...
Didn't she cheat on him or something? People call this monkey trade slavery. Lock in!
Every time you buy coconut milk, you might be buying slavery.
Never buying coconut milk. Saying that. But do you guys buy coconut milk? I may have bought coconut milk like 1 time. Ever. That tastes terrible. What, you saying a monkey made the milk?
Every time you buy coconut milk, you might be buying slavery.
Costco will stop selling one brand of coconut milk from a Thailand-based producer.
That's what the headlines say, at least. The world is angry.
Oh my god, do they chain the monkeys to, like, the tree and then make them climb it to go fucking pick the coconuts?
But is this really abuse? Or is this some ancient tradition that the West just doesn't understand? To find out, in this episode, we're traveling
How do you even train a monkey to do that?
across Southeast Asia. From the chaotic monkey markets of Jakarta to the ancient coconut jungles of southern Thailand. And we'll see how they're sold, trained in monkey schools, and put to work in towering...
Trained in monkey schools? They have a whole system where they train them? Do you think you could fail out? Like, how many monkeys do you think fail out of the school because they, like, don't listen? All right, I'm going to have this take off rip before... let's see if my take changes. I think if they're training them through a reward-based system and they're not, like, electrocuting them or some shit to, like, ingrain that they have to do this or they'll get hurt, I don't see this as a problem. Like, if they're just, like... Hey, they end up training the monkey to go pick the coconut, and then they give the monkey, like, a grape or something. I think that's fine. Like a dopamine reward. But if they're, like, zapping the motherfucker, and they're like, we're gonna hurt you if you don't do it. Because, I mean, that's, like, the same thing as, like, retrievers. Like, it would be, like, the same thing as a retriever dog if you did it like that. It'd be like, okay, go get the duck. And then they go pick up the duck, you give them a treat, then they go they like doing it. I think the argument then still is that monkeys are smarter, and so it's like, are you taking advantage of that?
Jatinegara Pet Market. It's basically this, like, zoo where you can buy anything roadside. I think my goal today...
Oh my god. Oh. See, that upsets me. Look at the puppies.
I think my goal today is to see, like, how many different species we can possibly see in one day, just as one market.
Exotic geckos, nectar.
Those were fucking, like, flying... Were those sugar gliders?
Then one day...
What are those? They're not flying squirrels. Are they sugar gliders? What are these? Are these flying squirrels? These little things right here? How do they even catch those?
This is one market.
Exotic geckos next to someone's random house cat. All crammed together. There's sugar gliders everywhere.
Sugar glider, answer my question. Never mind.
Different varieties of squirrels too. Like, just a ridiculous amount of...
Yo, I feel like this is like... Yo, it actually makes me realize... I know this is like a fucked up market. But this shit, like, makes me realize the amount of animals that exist that I don't know anything about. Like, this looks like a skunk. This isn't a skunk. This is a squirrel.
Squirrels. Including some kind of ground squirrel that apparently stinks.
It's a squirrel that have a bad smell. We call it bajing.
I think that's a skunk.
Yeah, bajing.
A bajing. It's a squirrel with a bad smell.
Yeah.
Kind of. Hi guys, this is one of those bad smelling squirrels. Apparently, he looks cute as hell. I feel really bad for this little guy. I don't think he's gonna last that long, if I'm honest. He's just kind of like hanging out there, rather wet. How much is this?
Berapa kakak bajing? 150. 150.
$9 for that fucking living animal, bro. What? I feel like I would buy that and then just release it into the jungle and hope it survives.
You come into stuff that's not even from Indonesia. Albino hedgehogs. Brazilian turtles.
Brazil?
Oh my god. Imported weirdness just everywhere. The whole thing.
But is this like for rich people? Like, are they eating these animals? Well, I feel like some of them, this is an exotic pet market. They have exotic animal markets for food, but like nobody's eating a sugar glider. Joe, what the fuck? What do you mean, Joe, what the fuck? We've watched videos where they have pet markets and right next door they have animal markets where they're cooking things. That's not, what do you mean, Joe, what the fuck? That's an honest question.
It's kind of fascinating, and it doesn't take long before we find our first monkey.
You have one monkey.
You're like, that's a chicken.
How much?
1 million.
1 million for one monkey.
$60 for a monkey. Bro. I feel like a monkey should be like $5,000. Like if you're buying, I feel like if you buy an ape, that should be like $5,000. An ape or a monkey. Like that's like a smart ass animal. That's pretty hard to get.
Okay.
And it is pretty heartbreaking right away. These guys are tiny, not even a year old. There's 2 of them, and they're just huddled together in the rain while Jakarta's traffic screams past like it's nothing.
Like, what do people buy them for? They buy for a pet? Or
Dude, it just sucks because, like, if you buy it, you're fueling the business. Like, even if you bought that monkey and then, like, somehow rehabilitated it and then put it back in the wild, like, you're incentivizing this transaction. You know what I mean? Like, you buying them isn't saving them. It's saving the ones that you're buying, but it's not stopping the cycle. Like, this is a continuous thing that's just going to keep happening. Some of the animals here, I don't think are bad that they're selling them. Like, there were, like, a few lizards. Like, I don't think that's bad that you're selling lizards for either food or pets. Like, I think that's fine. It's when you have, like, malnourished, like, baby squirrels and fucking, like, actual apes in cages.
monkey won't get big. Really?
They're macaques. I believe all of them are macaques, just a few different varieties of them. Mainly pigtail macaques and longtail macaques.
Dari mana, Pak?
Sulawesi.
And it turns out they've been shipped from Sulawesi. And in some ways, it hits even harder. I've just returned from Sulawesi, and it is one of the most beautiful paradises I've ever seen. And somehow, it's worse once it's confirmed. These aren't captive bred. They've been pulled straight out of paradise, just to rot roadside in cages. More macaques, this time in camo uniforms.
But then what are people doing with them? Like, this one's wearing a shirt. Like, is some random Indonesian man coming by and, like, buying this macaque for $60 and then, what, like, keeping it in a cage as a pet?
Turned into props from someone's idea of adorable. And they're also not albino at all. Their coats have been dyed.
Yeah, but, like, you can't keep that as a pet. Like, you're not going to be able to train that thing.
This kind of cheap trick to heighten the novelty and make it an easier sale. And before long, we find the epicenter of the market, the monkey section. No longer the occasional cage tucked among birds and reptiles and hedgehogs, but a dedicated corner of commerce. Cage after cage of macaques in different shapes and sizes, lined up like products. They're from Sulawesi
And, like, how many of them are dying before they're even getting sold?
and Sumatra primarily. And then from here, they'll be shipped all over Indonesia.
Oh, isn't that when they start fucking losing their minds? What is that called? That's like an actual thing. Where they just, like, roam in circles. Yeah, zoocosis.
50
monkeys.
He has 50 monkeys. Why do you have that many monkeys, bro? Like, is there that big of a market for this?
Maybe less.
Around about 50.
Yeah.
And in just one stall here, they have more than 50 monkeys, cage after cage lined up. And then you see the ones that are already breaking. Some are clearly getting just wired up from being trapped in these cages for too long. Some of them are too small, they're too stressed. And once they get bigger, you can tell they're nowhere near as easy to sell anymore. Meanwhile, there are more cages with tiny babies. Some of these things are insanely young. Again, looking like they're barely a month old, clinging to each other like that's the only comfort they've got.
Oh my god, and they have no idea what's going on.
Oh, it's just 1 month.
1 month old.
Yeah.
1 month old? How did they catch that? Did they catch the mom and then the mom gave birth?
They've got these big cartoon eyes, these oversized heads, little hands gripping onto the cage bars. It's almost too cute, which is the problem. And you can tell exactly why. They've been taken away when they are at peak cuteness, peak sellable. The first stop is these markets, and then they get sold off as pets all across the country.
Yeah, but that many people in Indonesia own monkeys?
The monkey trade at Jatinegara.
Like, I wouldn't even know the first thing of taking care of a monkey. Like, what do you feed a monkey? Like, fruits and nuts and shit, but it's like, you have to, like, keep it entertained, and it needs exercise. Like, dude, that's the problem with it. It's on another level. But it's the same shit with, like, any animal owner in the United States, too. Motherfuckers will buy pets, not bananas. Motherfuckers will buy bananas. You're just saying banana. No, chat's not even saying bananas. Just banana. Okay, we're feeding them banana. All right. Anyways. Oh my God, what was I saying? Motherfuckers will buy pets in the United States, not understanding how much work it is to take care of that pet. Like, it's unreal, dude. Even something as simple as, like, a dog. They'll buy a puppy and not realize, like, hey, you have to, like, train this thing, take it out all the time, watch it, make sure it gets exercise. It's, like, a smaller step of, like, raising a kid, bro. Obviously, a human's gonna be harder. But, like, I honestly think raising a dog is probably a pretty good training exercise for, like, keeping something alive. Like, it's not easy to... That's why so many dogs are misbehaved, too. They don't socialize them right. They don't get enough exercise. They'll buy a fucking... what's, like, the smartest dog? My God, it's a sheep-herding dog. It's a sheep-herding dog. It's so cute. Why am I blanking on the name? It's, like, one of my favorite animals. I would love to own one, but I couldn't exercise it enough. Not a husky. A border collie. Yeah, motherfuckers will buy border collies because they think they're cute, and then they keep them in an apartment 6 stories up in the city, and it doesn't exercise, and then it fucking misbehaves, and they wonder why. I'm like, yo, that dog's meant to be nonstop mentally and physically engaged. Those animals are bred to be, like, on the go and ready all the time. And you're using it as, like, a show dog. Like, that times 10 now with an ape, I would assume. Like, I'm guessing an ape's probably pretty active.
The sourcing is brutal. Babies here are taken by either killing the mother and or breaking up and scaring away the troop. But it's messy because long-tailed macaques aren't just pet market animals.
The most hated airline in the world.
Ryanair is the largest airline in Europe, flying over 180 million passengers every year. And unlike most airlines, Ryanair offers flights for as little as $9.99. But
how the hell do they get a flight for $9.99? Is it like a 30-minute flight across cities, bro? A $10 airline flight? I feel like the average plane flight that I'm buying costs like $300.
For every passenger who loves Ryanair's cheap tickets, there's another one who has sworn never to fly with them again. Ryanair is infamous for charging ridiculous...
Well, I hate to be that guy, but if you're getting on an airline that's, you know, charging $9.99 for a plane seat, I'm assuming there's a catch. Coupled with the fact that you're probably going to have pretty bad service. I think it's fair to like rate something very poorly, but in light of the price. Like if you're getting on a plane that's taking you across multiple like states or countries and you're paying $20 for your seat and you're like, dude, I was crammed in the back the whole time. It was really uncomfortable and it smelled bad. I mean, what did you think? You know, you thought you were going to get a fucking five-star experience sitting in the back of the plane in Ryanair, you know? Basically standing up by the toilet seat.
Ridiculous hidden fees, taking passengers to unexpected destinations, and changing their schedule.
That's kind of fun. If you don't have anywhere specific to be. How do you get on... What do you mean Ryanair taking them to unexpected locations? Like you get on the plane thinking you're going to Germany and you end up in like Philippines?
At the very last minute. And if you head to their social media accounts, you'll find that instead of helping out, Ryanair often just trolls their passengers. Quite literally making memes out of their complaints. There are countless horror stories about flying Ryanair.
I mean, but I kind of think that's respectable. You're paying for a low-class experience. You're paying to get there, right? I think that's the only thing that needs... If you're paying $15 for a fucking flight, the only thing that should be getting voted on is, did I die and did I make it there? Like, it's different if I'm, like, paying $450 to fly on a fucking American Airlines flight, and then it's a really shitty experience. Like, I could be mad and be like, wow, Ryanair really sucked. But I'd be like, yeah, I paid $30 for my plane seat.
But here's where things get weird. Behind the scenes, everything Ryanair does is actually genius. Even with such low prices, they have one of the highest profit margins in the entire airline industry.
How? They run the plane on fast food oil.
Ryanair's journey from a single plane to Europe's largest airline is fascinating.
So how does it make money if their fucking plane seats are $10.99 or $9.99?
So strap yourself in, because the story of Ryanair is gonna be a wild ride.
Let me explain something to you. I set the rules and you follow them blindly.
Tony Ryan began Ryanair in 1984, starting off with just a single aircraft flying from Ireland to London. However, as they tried to expand and offer more routes, the business started losing more.
Ireland to London. Isn't that not... That's like an hour flight. Is that long of a plane ride? Ireland to London? I feel like that's very short. That's like puddle jumper plane.
More money. So Tony asked his personal assistant, Michael O'Leary, to take a look at the business. And what he found was a mess of unmerciful proportions. Michael's first assessment was that Ryanair should simply shut down, because it was losing millions every year. But Tony said that wasn't...
How the hell is a small plane company that's only flying one place to one place losing millions of dollars? I never understand that. I know there's businesses, and there's like benefits for businesses being in the red at times, especially if you have multiple businesses, because you're able to write off stuff and you could be in the red for multiple years before it's a big issue with a like IRS or the government, like because you're able to like offset those costs. But if you're like an airline company or a company in general, and they're like, yeah, we actually lost $85 million this year, and you're a full functioning business on the stock market, and you're like, I understand there's a lot of steps they have to take for like future projections, and so they spend more money than they make, but I'm like, 85 million in the red, 85 million in the red, and we're still up and running. Like, what the fuck? They said they were expanding. That might be why.
An option. So Michael's next assessment was that Ryanair needed to completely restructure itself and cut down their costs by whatever means necessary. Tony trusted Michael, so he asked him to help make Ryanair profitable. They agreed a deal where instead of a salary, Michael would get 25% of any profits Ryanair made over $2 million. And
what a terrible fucking deal. Not for this guy, for the fucking Tony, dude. You're gonna be like, well, I mean, he did have a failing business, so he had nothing else really to fucking give him. Yeah, I'm gonna give you 25% of my business effectively if you just fucking bring us out of the red.
Michael would lead the airline as chief executive. Given that Ryanair was losing millions a year, Tony doubted whether Michael would make any money at all from this deal. However, Michael realized that trying to offer a better service than the more established airlines was not the right option. And so the first thing Michael did was head over to America to check out Southwest Airlines, a company that was charging as little as $10 for some of their flights.
Oh my god, no, you know the worst airline I've ever been on? Frontier. It's not Spirit, it's Frontier. Spirit and Frontier are like twins when it comes to that. They're both dog shit. They have the cheapest flights, but they fly like 4 places, and their seating's terrible. You also got to think, bro, bright yellow plane. Ugh. Yeah, what a fucking great business idea. Spirit Airlines. Spirit Airlines. We're going to have a fucking plane. We're going to, hey, why don't we paint it the fucking color of a school bus?
Study their process and figure out how they were offering fares so cheaply. And he was hugely impressed with what he saw. Michael compared Southwest
I feel like it's just add-ons now. You buy a $10 ticket, but then you have to pay to reserve a seat for like $40. Then you pay for a bag for $50, and then you have to pay for food and drinks. Like they kind of just, you know, nickel and dime you the whole way.
Every process, from checking the plane before a flight, to boarding the passengers, to the in-flight services, was optimized to increase efficiency and decrease operating costs. When he returned from the US, Michael was inspired and vowed he was going to turn Ryanair into an ultra low-cost airline that offered customers rock-bottom prices. However, many questioned, with rock-bottom prices, how was Ryanair ever going to turn a profit? Well, Michael had a plan for that, and the best way to see it in action is for us to take a flight with Ryanair.
Don't they jam the seats together? Bro, that's how you know. Have you ever been on an airline flight and you look to your left and it's like the window doesn't line up with the seat? That's how you know they're fucking like messing with the insides of those planes to fit more space. Where it's like you're not looking out a window, it's like half on the side, so you kind of see the window behind you and the window in front of you. I saw one picture, and I feel like it was a fake image, but it was supposed to be like these new airline seats that they're inventing. Oh my god, is it real? They're stand-up seats where like you're so much closer to the person in front of you. You kind of like half sit. You're in like a crouch position almost. Like you're on a roller coaster. Ooh. I know my ass would be cramping out. Dude, look at this. Who the fuck invented this? And in the American economy, you know, I hate to be that guy. 40% of Americans are overweight or obese, all right? And you're going to try and tell me that, like, anybody over 200 pounds is going to fit. I don't even know if I weigh 178 pounds, but I'm tall, right? I don't even know if I would fit in this fucking seat.
Ticket. But you can only buy Ryanair tickets online. That way, the process is streamlined and they cut out travel agencies taking a commission. Ryanair's tickets are especially cheap, but that's because customers are really only paying for a random seat on the plane. If you want to choose a seat so you can sit next to who you're traveling with, that's extra. And if you want to take
I literally said that. That's how they fucking get you. Because I always travel with Brooke. I'm like, oh, wait, and it's not just Ryanair. I'm like, oh, dude, it's only like $100. It's only $100 for this fucking ticket. Oh, but if you want to sit next to somebody, it's $95 per extra. And I'm like, oh.
any luggage other than a backpack, that's extra.
What's the most amount you spent on a ticket? Iceland. I think the most I've ever spent on an individual plane ticket was probably like $1,500. No, it wasn't to Iceland. I think it was to the Caribbean. Because it was just they only have like 3 flights in and out. Traveling to Wyoming was very expensive as well. Because everything goes through Denver.
On the ticket itself. Ryanair saves tons of money this way because most governments tax airlines on the airfare, but not the add-ons. Not just that, it means Ryanair are always going to be at the top of price comparison searches, as they're sorted based.
Oh, so it's like a loophole with the government too. And then it's just instantly free marketing. On what's that website that you get a lot of flights on? Expedia. Expedia's fucking running that shit. But you're taking 8 planes each way. All different airlines. You're going to be connecting 3 times. It's only $10 to fly all the way across the country. But you're going to connect in fucking 15 different states.
Based on ticket price.
All on different airlines.
Not including the extra hidden costs. Now, when you're booking your tickets, make sure you don't fill in any of your details incorrectly, as Ryanair can sometimes charge over €100 to make any changes. Articles have pointed out that it is cheaper to legally change your name and passport than to change names on Ryanair tickets. When you arrive at the airport, Ryanair saves on staff costs too by not having any check-in desks, and they'll charge a hefty fee to anyone that forgets to check in online. After this, the passengers head to the gate, which might be inconvenient.
How do you check in your bag then? Oh, they don't have check-in desks, but they still have bag drop.
Airlines less for using certain gates, and Ryanair always takes the cheapest ones. Next, the passengers head onto the plane, but instead of using a skybridge, Ryanair makes them take a bus and walk up the stairs, because again, it's cheaper. Once inside, the passengers will see that there's no first class on Ryanair, because having only one type of seat,
no first class on Ryanair, everyone's equal,
streamlines the cleanup process after the flight. You'll also notice that the plane is absolutely crammed with passengers. Ryanair uses mostly Boeing 737s, which typically seat around 170 passengers, but Ryanair stuff around 200 in the same space.
Oh my god, bro. For them to shove 200 people in the same spot, your knees have to be against the wall. Or not against the wall, against the seat in front of you, like pressing. And I'm assuming they don't have this feature. They don't have the lean back. I'm assuming all the seats are like hard locked upright. Like you can't move.
The max that regulations allow. This means you won't have much legroom, and to make things worse, the seats can't be reclined.
Yep.
That's because these are the cheapest seats for Ryanair to buy and maintain. It also means some of their window seats don't have a window at all.
Wait, this is what we were talking about. No window at all, though. I've never been on an airline where I didn't have a window. I've been on an airline where it's been like 2 windows split in my seat.
In the case of seat 11A, this is what you're getting. Next up, the flight attendants give a safety brief.
Just staring at a wall. God, and they probably charge more for a window seat if you want it. At Ryanair, window seat, eh? Doesn't look like that.
Next up, the flight attendants give a safety brief. But instead of your typical safety brochure, the information is printed on the back of the seat's headrest. This way, there's no need for pockets on the back of the seats.
The nut scandal that almost ruined Korean Air.
On December 5th, 2014, a flight operated by Korean Air was set to fly from New York City to Seoul, South Korea.
Was that a 16-hour flight?
But before it could even get off the ground, several people's lives were permanently altered by a bag of nuts. But despite where you might think this is going,
I thought this was going to be the nut scandal, like a chipmunk climbed into the fucking airplane overnight and started storing just all of its acorns and like peanuts that like weighed down one of the sides of the planes or something.
it's not a story about someone having an allergic reaction and the traumatized passengers who witness it. Instead, the story...
I had a rat problem at my old place back when I used to live in a trailer, and we got back from like this trip for a week. This was when I was like 8 years old. And a rat had taken all of the Hershey Kisses that were in a bowl and arranged them in a line in between the gap between my washer, or not my washer, my dishwasher and the countertop. Because it was like, there was a gap about this big, and there was just a line of Hershey Kisses all the way from the back to the front. It's very weird. Never found out why it did that, but I had a rat problem. I remember there was a rat problem, and we had a rat and a bat problem, separate times. But when the rats were there, they would like grab stuff, and I still think about it. Like to this day, I'm like, why did it do that? I know it was storing the food in some way, but it was like so, not perfectly organized, but it was like almost perfect. Like it was just like lined, like he like individually carried one over every time.
Instead, the story centers first Cho Hyun-ah, also known as Heather Cho, a vice president at Korean Air who was sitting in...
Did she have a nut allergy or something?
...first class for that flight. As the plane was preparing to take off, a flight attendant handed Mrs. Cho a bag of macadamia nuts. And this is when all hell broke loose.
The CEO, or like one of the heads of the company, gets a bag of macadamia nuts. Macadamia? You know I only eat cashews. How dare you?
Cho was instantly enraged because she was served the nuts in a bag instead of in a bowl. Yes, that's...
Oh my god. Like, that enraged her? I get maybe it'd be, like, policy to, like, put them in a bowl for first class. But if you're the CEO, I'd be like, you guys are supposed to put this in a bowl and move on. Not, oh, what do you think I am, some poor person? Sitting in coach? Are you gonna offer me next a Biscoff cookie? Who do you think I am, some peasant?
The grave offense that's...
Next, you're gonna offer me fentanyl, I bet. That's why I do it in the back bathroom.
...started this whole thing. Cho began screaming at the flight attendant, a woman named Kim Do-hee, reportedly yelling, "What kind of service is this?" and berating her for a minute before realizing that she should really be yelling at Kim's boss. So she called over the cabin crew chief, Park Chang-jin, and began screaming at him instead, throwing the bag of nuts against a wall in the process. She asked Park why she had been served macadamia nuts in a bag instead of in a bowl, to which he replied,
and imagine being a customer. Like, you're sitting in first class next to her, you're also rich, but you're like not a dickhead, and you're going, whoa. This is like out of a movie level of like fucking, you know, privilege. You care that bad, just tear it open. The only thing that warrants this level of anger is if you're handed a Nature Valley bar in first class in the package. And it's like an older plastic one that's really hard to tear, and you just know it's going to go everywhere. Like, that would be the problem.
Simply following the official Korean Air service manual. Cho then demanded that they bring her...
I'm not dissing Nature Valley. I'm saying if you have a Nature Valley bar, it's like in that situation, I'd be like, all right, could you open it for me? Because the entire pain of a Nature Valley bar is opening a Nature Valley bar. Whereas, like, you're just tearing open a bag of nuts.
Cho then demanded that they bring her the service manual to prove it. So Park grabbed a tablet which had the manual on it. Nervous from the situation, he accidentally mistyped the password for the tablet, causing Cho to get even more upset. But once he was able to get the manual open, he showed Cho proof that the flight attendant had correctly followed the guidelines for the cabin crew when it comes to serving macadamia nuts.
Oh, so it literally, like, they're right. So she's also just a shitty CEO that doesn't even know her own manual. Like, they didn't even fuck up. She's just crashing out for no reason. That's wild. Do you think it's like a like a germ thing. You're not supposed to give them in a bowl because it's like, ooh, loose nuts.
And if they had a whole
That's kind of weird.
thing dedicated to that, I can only imagine how long that manual was. It's just a shame that they didn't have a section for—
Dude, serving nuts is really a rich person thing. You ever been to a shitty fucking, like, restaurant or, like, small eat spot and, like, one of the menu items is, like, mixed nuts? $9. Why don't you just give me dirt and charge me for it? Mixed nuts, $9. Are you fucking serious? That should be free. Mixed nuts, fucking $9. If I'm at a bar and I'm buying fucking $20 drinks, $18 mixed drinks, and I have to pay $9 to get a shitty trail mix that you got from fucking Walmart down the street in a big barrel,
of the company throws the bag of nuts at you. Unfortunately, the evidence that she was wrong did not do much to calm down Mrs. Cho. Instead, she continued yelling at both Kim and Park, eventually forcing them to get on their knees and beg for her forgiveness.
I know the job market's rough, but I don't think there's a world where I would get on my knees and beg a random woman that owns the company to, like, please save me. Quitting on the spot? Yeah, literally being like, all right, I'm taking this flight now. Fuck you.
That might seem intense, but anyone who's ever been handed a bag of macadamia nuts instead of having them presented to you in a bowl can understand the frustration. While the flight attendants were on their knees, Cho continued berating them and then grabbed the tablet and started hitting Park's knuckles with it. Again, I think we can all agree that—
What is this? What are we in, a fucking 1930s American classroom where you get hit with a ruler? What type of shit is that? She started breaking his knuckles with a fucking iPad?
this is a pretty rational response considering—
Honestly, get your bag, you know? Honestly, him kind of leaning, if he had just quit, that would be bad, you know? Because if he had quit, he's not getting anything. Like, maybe he just gets like a nice pay package for leaving. Now he could sue the shit out of her. Like, she's beating him with an iPad for giving her mixed nuts. Or not mixed nuts, macadamia nuts.
What Cho had endured. She then fired Park and demanded that the plane be sent back to the gate so he can be kicked off. The entire interaction took place in the first-class cabin, but there was only one other passenger flying first class on that flight.
Oh, so nobody was there to see it. I think somebody else would have fucking said something to her.
And I can only imagine the severe discomfort that person was experiencing in that moment. Sorry to interrupt, but could I trouble you for a ginger ale when you have a chance? The plane, which still—
Trouble you for a ginger ale? I would say something. If I was on a first-class plane for Korean Air and I know the CEO is crashing out on this person, I'm going, yo, I'm never flying with you again. Like, you're awful. Like, you need to step down. No, you wouldn't? Yes, the fuck I would. Yes, the fuck I would, because I don't work for her. What is she gonna do? Ban me from Korean Airlines? Oh, boo fucking who? Oh, boo fucking who? There's a million fucking airlines. You take another one. You're not the hero. I'm not saying I'm a hero. I'm not doing that in this hero complex of like, let me save the day. You stop hitting that man in the knuckles with an iPad. I would be annoyed personally of how awkward and weird that is. I would walk up and be like, you're being a weird, like you're being a loser. Like, why are you crashing out? Like, what type of weird, prissy, rich shit is this? Like, I don't have, like, bro, because you got to realize, like, flying first class is fine. Like, if you have the money to fly it, fine. Spend the money to fly it. But, like, that level I hate rich people that act like snobby movie rich people. Like, I understand I have money now. I didn't have money then. And even though I have money now, I'm going to still tip people well. I'll, like, still be forgiving for mess ups. Like, honestly, I've always said, most of the time, if a waitress brings me the wrong thing, I'm probably not sending it back. Right? The rich people shit where it's like, oh, I have money, so therefore you must serve me better than the average person. No, you're just a regular ass motherfucker. And I understand in first class you're paying for better service, but it's like, dude, they'll bring you like a damp towel to fucking wipe your face with. I flew first class one time, upgraded, and it was paid for by a company that was taking me somewhere. When I sat down, they handed me a wet towel. I went, what? Like what am I? It was a hot, wet towel, and he handed it to me, and I went, like, what am I supposed to do with this? He's like, it's for your hands or your face. I went, okay, and I just like put my hands with it, handed it back to him. I'm like, this is the most useless shit ever. That's the type of rich people shit I don't understand. I have money now. I'm like, that is stupid. Like, why are we doing that? Why are we doing that? What do you need? Well, I need a warm towel for what? Like, I'm sitting on a fucking airline. Just give me, like, a drink, and then I'm fine. Here's a water. Thanks. That's all I need.
The fact that he's Korean. Don't worry, Park. We'll let you buy a ticket back. The flight then took off 46 minutes late.
What's the most rich person thing you've done? I buy Main Plus when I fly now. I don't sit in the back of the plane, but I don't buy first class. I get Main Plus. 6 extra inches of leg room and a free checked bag. That's balling. I spend, if I'm flying, if like regular coach is like $400, I'll pay $650 for more leg room. And is it a waste of money? Yeah, sure. But like, that's why, like, I have the money for that. I don't have the money. I do have the money. I could fly first class, but it's stupid to fly first class. Like, that's just like, you're full on wasting money. Cause like Main Plus is $650 if coach is 4. First class is like $1,400 for a 4-hour flight or like a 3-hour flight. Like, I'm not paying that. Like, I'm just getting conned. You know, but if I was flying, like, to, like, Asia, like, if I ever fly to, like, Thailand or something, I'd buy one of the lay-down seats. Because sitting upright for 15 hours, I'm gonna be fucking bashing my head on the walls, man. That shit sounds terrible. Like, that I would pay the money for. What's the most rich person thing I've done, though? I don't know. Like, I don't know. What do you mean by that? I bought like, oh, no, you know the biggest rich person thing that I've done now? That I'm at the point in my life, I will give the waitress my card before knowing how much the bill was. I don't look at the bill. Like, if I'm out to eat. That's the thing that I've noticed. I'll just hand them my card. Well, either way you're paying. Some people just do that, but like, I'll just hand them my card. But that's it. Like, I used to look at the bill. Now I don't look at the bill.
Flight attendant Kim Do-hee,
it's not really rich, it's more financial security,
was not dismissed, since Cho had shifted her hatred towards...
What if they charge you for some shit you didn't order? I don't know. That probably has happened before. Ooh, no. Richest thing that I do is I buy my friend... Every time I go out, I buy shots. I waste money when I go out. If I go out to a bar, I'm probably blowing like $400 on drinks. That's like the stupidest shit I do. But it's like, I'd rather, like, I would want my friends to do that if they had money. So it's like, I want to do that shit. Like, I have money, I go out with my friends, I turn, like, they're all talking, I turn around, I have a tray of shots. Like, it's fun. Like, because I could spend that money. Yeah, gambling, sure. What else? I don't know. Way back, I was financing my car, and I had, like, it was like 3 years that I had to finance this car. And like a year and a half in, I went, what the fuck am I doing? And I just paid it off. Like, I guess that. It was like, I was just like, why? Just buy it.
But we can only imagine the tension in that first-class cabin during the flight. And it's a good thing the moist towelette was the right temperature. Otherwise, we would have had to run the whole thing back.
See, that's what I'm saying. This moist towelette. That's the thing they run on every airline. Why am I getting a moist towelette? I've never been somewhere where they do that. It's weird. I don't want that. Why are you giving me a wet towel? It's like, honestly, I get, it's nice that it's warm, but it's like, ugh. Like, I don't, why?
Now, if you've heard this story and you're wondering how Heather Cho had enough power to not only fire the cabin crew chief for something this trivial, but also to turn the plane around and order it back to the gate, allow me to provide some context. Mrs. Cho was not just a vice president at Korean Air. She was also the daughter of Korean Air chairman and CEO Cho Yang-ho.
Oh, so she's like a Nepo baby.
You see, large South Korean conglomerates, known in the country as chaebols, are often controlled by powerful families. Members of these families are practically nobility, which is why everyone unquestionably obeyed Heather Cho throughout her macadamia nut tirade. Following the whole thing, Korean Air went out of their way to silence the incident and prevent it from getting into the public eye.
I'd take $2 million to not say anything. If I'm one of them, I'd go give me $5 million. Retirement money. I won't say anything. You don't need it? No, but I'm saying if you're an average worker, I'd be like, I'd rather get $5 million and just dip.
And pressuring them into lying about the situation during the investigation from South Korea's Ministry of Transport.
Oh, that's really bad.
He gave Park a statement to say to the investigators, and Korean Air executives were reportedly present during the entire questioning. Since Park could tell the investigation was biased, he reported the story directly to the media, and that was when things got bad for Korean Air. They immediately issued a statement addressing the situation, apologizing for the inconvenience, but saying that it was Heather Cho's responsibility to enforce the procedures of the cabin crew, and she was simply doing her job. Not sure what kind of job requires you to attack your employees.
To hit him in the knuckles with an iPad and make him get on his knees. I think if anything, it'd be like, hey man, you're doing this wrong.
But maybe she was just making sure their combat skills were up to par. Their justification for Park being fired, despite him being totally in the right, was that he hadn't produced the proof quickly enough. And
he got the iPad code wrong is why they fired him. He mistyped the password. Wow.
We know a woman who delayed a flight by 45 minutes over a bag of nuts really values timeliness.
No, and that's like, dude, people always go, oh, 45 minutes, you know, your flight's delayed, that's not too bad. But you got to realize, like, a flight getting delayed like 20 minutes is a butterfly effect for the rest of that day, is what's so fucked. Like, if you have 1 hour, if you have a flight in the morning get delayed by an hour, every flight on that plane for the rest of the day is now delayed at least an hour.
Further research into Cho revealed that this was not her first time behaving like this. In 2013, she physically assaulted a flight attendant who served her improperly cooked ramen noodles. This woman really is a hero for everyone who despises airline food. Cho was also involved in a separate controversy that same year when she traveled to Hawaii to give birth to her twin boys, therefore allowing them to be US citizens and avoid the South Korean mandatory military service. And in the interest of efficiency, maybe she was even able to clobber some flight attendants on the journey there. In fact, it seems most of the Cho family has a history of mean behavior, with Heather's sister, brother, and mother all involved in
water rage. What is it? What is it with nut rage? Brother of nut rage heiress injures mom in Christmas Day feud over power control, or mum. Korean Air matriarch receives suspended jail sentence for abusing domestic staff. Why are they always hitting their employees?
Similar scandals. So the public wasn't buying the half-assed apology, and sales of Korean Air flights had dropped by 6.6%. Finally, the airline was forced to admit defeat. Cho Yang-ho stood before journalists and publicly apologized for his daughter's nut rage, calling it a foolish act and saying, "It's my fault. As chairman and father, I ask for the public's generous forgiveness." He also said that his daughter would be resigning from her positions at Korean Air. Heather Cho herself then stepped up to apologize in front of the media, hanging her head in shame and announcing that she would also be personally apologizing to Park and Kim. She reportedly went to their houses to do so, but neither of them were home, probably busy looking for jobs. So she left them both notes saying sorry instead.
They didn't get, bro, she left them a note saying sorry. Oh my God. Why don't they just give them money? Like, I know that's like a sweep under the rug thing, but if it's like you're gonna abuse those employees like that and then fire them, it's like, give them $1 million. And then it's like, it's not all as good, but it's like, okay, you know, I got something out of this.
Glad she handled this apology like she was delivering a package that required a signature. Still, the backlash had reached a new level, with some people describing it as a national embarrassment and proof of chaebol power abuse. The whole thing was then taken to court, where Heather Cho was found guilty of obstructing aviation safety and sentenced to 10 months in prison. She was released after 5. And I honestly have no idea if that's too much of a punishment or not enough. Korean Air was also fined
Yeah, I don't really know. I've never been presented woman crashes out for getting nuts and hits guy with iPad.
$2.57 million by the Transport Ministry for the incident, as well as being ordered to pay $45,000 to Park for what he
Bro, what? What? Why is the ministry suing for $2.57 million and the employee gets $45K? Like, what type of lame ass shit is that? Why is the ministry not giving that money to him? $40K? Bro, $40K? Are you serious? So he just gets a yearly salary. Yeah, that's good, but it's like, bro, like you were a part of like a big ass thing with like Korean Air abusing employees.
and led to a revision in the South Korean aviation laws, increasing the punishments for disruptive passengers. But the best thing to come from this was in South Korean supermarkets, where sales of macadamia nuts rose 250% following the incident. And that wasn't even some kind of protest. The whole thing just gave people a craving, I guess. It also
yeah, I haven't had macadamia nuts in a while now that I'm thinking about it.
gave Heather Cho a bad public image, which seems to have followed her over the years. In 2023, she changed her name from Cho Hyun-ah to Cho Seong-yeon. Yeah, that should fix everything. As for the only other passenger in first class, she actually contacted Korean Air about the incident after it happened. In response, the airline sent her a calendar and a model airplane as an apology. And honestly, I don't think they owe her anything.
Holy corporate dystopia. Sorry you had a bad time. Here's a Korean Air themed calendar and a little plastic thing you could put on your desk.
She already got to witness the greatest in-flight entertainment of all time. Now please consider subscribing, or I'll turn this whole plane around and banish you to JFK Airport.
Oh god, JFK Airport, I can't go there. I'll subscribe. JFK Airport's fucking hell. Only airport worse, Newark Airport. Miami Airport also sucks. Newark Airport blows. Denver Airport's the size of a fucking country. Ever go to Denver Airport? Get from gate A to gate J. Takes 30 minutes. Fucking walking for 9 hours trying to get anywhere Denver Airport. All airports suck? Nah, some are chill. A lot of Texas airports are pretty easy to navigate. Atlanta Airport and Newark ain't that bad. Newark Airport sucks. It really does. Parking at Newark Airport's terrible. It's like fucking $500 for like 3 days. Dude, long-term parking is horrible. I don't know the worst airport I've ever been. I went to St. Martin Airport when it was after the hurricane. They had wires hanging from the ceiling. And it was like the airport was like half broken. I was like, wow, this is rough. There was no AC either. But that was also like, hey, they just got hit with a hurricane. So can't really knock them, you know. All right, next video, chat.
Which makes...
I mean, who the fuck reads the safety brochures anyway? I always go into an airline going, if this bitch goes down, I'm dying, okay? I don't need... She always goes, and in case of oxygen, make sure you help your first in before assisting others. You can see the seatbelt in front of you, straps like this. You could also blow up the life jacket, or you could pull the tab. I'm like, bitch, I'm dying, okay? If we crash in the middle of the Atlantic, it's cooked, right? We're not getting saved.
Cleaning up way faster. And usually it's the flight attendants who do the cleaning themselves, which dramatically reduces Ryanair's staff bill.
Our people are our most important asset. No, they're our biggest expense.
Then the pilot introduces himself over the speakers, but they're probably not a Ryanair employee. Instead of hiring pilots the traditional way, Ryanair makes them start their own companies in Ireland and then hires them as contractors.
Is that like a weird loophole so they don't have to pay them like fucking like health insurance and shit?
This way they can avoid paying for health insurance.
Yeah. I know the business methods. Independent contractors aren't required to get... Independent contractors, I believe, can work full-time and not get benefits. Because you're not technically working for the company. You're your own company that's getting contracted to do something. It's not a pre-watch, chat. That's just how business works.
Insurance or severance. Once the plane takes off, passengers...
Why would any pilot agree to do that, though? They have to be getting higher salaries. That's the only way, because why would any Ryanair pilot rather work with Ryanair than any other company? For them to openly open an LLC in another country or if they're a part of Ireland or the UK in general, and then get fucking subcontracted to work on the airline rather than get benefits.
You'll notice that there's no in-flight internet or screens to watch movies.
Quick flight hours. Oh, so do you think that these are less experienced pilots too? So they rack up more hours so they could go somewhere else? Oh, fuck no.
Movies on.
Oh, fuck no.
That's an
Ryanair's got fucking teenagers up at the front, at the helm, fucking flying that shit. We're coming in heavy. We're coming in hot. Let me know when I can land. Dude, are you a junior in high school, or you're landing the plane right now? What the fuck?
Necessary cost. And if you want any food mid-flight, or even just a glass of water, you're gonna have to pay. Nothing on the plane is free.
You gotta pay for water?
So Ryanair turns what is an expense for other airlines into another revenue stream. You won't be waiting long though. The average Ryanair flight is just over 2 hours. This is optimal for fuel efficiency, and it also...
Isn't it common for people in the UK to take Ryanair to Ibiza, Spain, like every weekend for like $10 or something?
When the passengers land, they might find they're further away from their destination than they hoped. Ryanair usually flies to secondary airports outside big cities, as they charge much lower landing and takeoff fees. For example, the Ryanair ticket may say London, but instead of flying to one of the main airports like Heathrow, Ryanair may go to Luton, which is not even in London, or...
Pissed. You take Ryanair, oh shit, now I gotta take a 2-hour Uber.
In Barcelona, Ryanair uses an airport that's around 50 miles away from the city.
That is so bad. That is so bad. Wouldn't you be spending more money then trying to get to where you need to go? You're like, yeah, we're going on vacation in Barcelona. But then you end up fucking halfway across fucking Spain.
And requires an hour-and-a-half bus ride.
Oh my God.
It's less convenient for customers.
That's not worth it. That's not worth it.
Customers, but Ryanair gets much bigger discounts from the airports. And many of these smaller airports become dependent on Ryanair for business, and so they give them incredible prices. Or another way Ryanair gets discounts from airports is they'll just fly at the least popular times. Finally, once the passengers have left, Ryanair begins unloading the plane, cleaning it, refueling it, and rotating the crew.
I'm going on vacation at Ibiza. They drop you off at mainland Spain.
Streamlined all these systems, so their planes are typically on the ground for just 30 minutes between flights. And so that's a typical Ryanair flight. And it's clear their operations are incredibly efficient to cut costs in...
We say it like Ibiza. Well, yeah, isn't that just Spain in general? Spanish in Spain, Barcelona. C's are S's. Or not S's, TH's. Like Z's and C's.
Every way possible.
Ibiza.
However, this sometimes means doing things that may seem counterintuitive. For example, you may think another way for Ryanair to lower their costs would be to buy older planes for lower prices, but in reality, they do the exact opposite. Ryanair always buys the newest planes available, because long term, they waste the least amount of fuel, which is one of the largest expenses for an airline.
Ooh, so they do have the best planes though.
In fact, Ryanair is notorious for making...
I'm Googling Ryanair pilot salary. £55,000 to £120,000. 120,000 or more for a captain. Dude, I feel like 55,000 pounds is pretty low for like a seasoned pilot now. How much do American airline pilots make? Starting salaries is 100K, but they can become senior captains, earn over 450,000 a year. Yeah, so it's definitely less experienced pilots, or at least working for less, even though pounds are worth more than dollars.
Massive orders of only Boeing 737s. By buying a single model
in pounds, that's a lot. In dollars, bro, it's like 1.2. It's not that much more.
Bulk, they can negotiate a lower average price per plane, and then streamline their whole operation further. Because by only using one kind of plane, it means they only have to buy one kind of seat and one kind of fuel. They only have to train one kind of crew on one kind of process. These ultra-efficient strategies are why Ryanair can charge less than €30 for their average flight, and still clear an outrageous profit margin of around 35% sometimes, whilst most European airlines are lucky to reach 6%, and the global average was barely 2.7%.
Wait, what? So Ryanair's fucking got the method down with the cheapest method possible. They make the most. Well, they might not make the most, but they profit margin the most.
Was barely 2.7%.
Everybody looks at Ryanair and they're all looking at it. There's one secret. There's, they bought planes cheaply, or they just treat people badly, or they do. Every single line of our operation is smarter, lower cost, or more efficient than almost every other line.
Some other airlines have now copied some of these strategies after seeing how well they worked, but very few airlines take things as far as Ryanair. However, whilst these ruthless cost-cutting strategies might be brilliant in a business sense, they have made Ryanair one of the most hated airlines in the world.
But that doesn't matter. It literally does not matter. It matters if you're a luxurious brand. If you're the cheapest brand in a marketplace, in a market space, rather, it does not matter how bad the customers hate you. If your prices are low enough, they'll still fly with you. Or they'll still buy from you. Like, they could despise you to a T, but if you are undercutting the competition so heavily, they just have to buy you.
And Ryanair's response to this is far from
we don't give a fuck.
Ordinary. Before we get to the next chapter, it's time to answer a question I get a lot.
This is an ad.
Michael O'Leary, Ryanair's CEO, has often made the news for some of his wild ideas about how Ryanair could cut costs even further. He said he wanted to charge passengers to use the bathroom, remove toilet.
Is that a joke? Now that's a little extreme. You're going to charge people to take a piss? Are you allowed to do that? Be like, yo, I really got to take a shit. That'll be £5. That'll be £5 now, lad. Otherwise, we have a poop bag and a curtain that you could shit in the back.
And even sell standing tickets.
Wow, what a fucking... Dude, you walk on a Ryanair. It's a C8B, but it's just like a subway handle. The whole airline, the whole flight, you're just...
Introduce a fat tax and...
A fat tax. I know there's airlines that are starting to charge customers that don't fit in one seat, two seats for a ticket, which I understand is upsetting, but I will actually have the take that I think that makes sense. Like, if you can't fit in the seat, they have to charge you for two, right? There's airlines that have like plus size seats, which also makes sense, right? Like, where you're just like, okay, we're gonna also, segment specific seats out for people that need them. But if they don't, it's like, I think it's rude for the individual. I understand it might be out of your control in certain regards, but like, from my personal standpoint, I would be really mad if I sat in a middle seat and the person next to me was sitting in half of my seat because they didn't fit in their seat.
Tickets. He pointed out these measures would allow Ryanair to offer cheaper flights, which is ultimately what consumers...
That's the only one... That's the only one that really makes sense. Like, standing tickets is crazy. Charging people to use the bathroom is nuts. Or no bathroom. I just think I don't think it's like a fat tax is weird. Saying like, we're just going to give you the same seat, but because you weigh a lot, we're going to fucking charge you more. I think it's like, okay, we're going to charge you more, but we're going to give you two seats.
...wants. And in some cases, there may be some logic to it.
It would make perfect sense to me to charge for toilet access. One, it would reduce the number of people who are bothering other passengers getting up and down going to the toilet on board a flight. And two, I think we'd have fewer passengers using the toilets, and then we'd have less people queuing around the toilets on board the aircraft.
None of these ideas have actually happened though. And Michael later said he'd often just say things they had no intention of actually doing to help generate free marketing.
And we generated huge amounts of free publicity. Why? Because we'd no money for advertising, we'd no money for PR. So you needed some kind of loudmouth Paddy to be out there saying outrageous things like charging for toilets.
Yeah, and it gets you out there, bro.
And we're taking out the seats in the standing room only. None of which we actually planned to do, but it generated acres and acres of free publicity.
Ryanair saved...
It's also like they know they're going to keep the same business model. So from a social media perspective, if they're getting shit on, and some dude's like, I paid £20 for this flight and it's a fucking piece of shit. And Ryanair's like, I'm so sorry you had a bad experience, sir. Would you like a free flight voucher? Like, that's going to make you hate them, even though they're helping that one person, because it's like, you're still you still have shit seats, right? You're not changing anything. You're just being like, oh, I'm sorry you felt that way. Versus them being like, go fist yourself. Don't fucking take our flight then. The internet's strangest workout fads.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come in and sit down because today we're going to be taking a look at the strange and weirdest workout classes. You know, those kind of classes. Everyone wants to be healthy, kind of. But dieting doesn't always cut it. Never does. Going to a traditional...
I think dieting is... Well, I know Papa Meat's joking to a degree. But I think working out is like fucking 5% or less for losing weight. I think you should work out so you maintain as much muscle as possible in dieting and also look better because you need to work out to gain muscle. But feeling healthy feels good, dude. Yeah, no, for sure. I'm saying the majority of that is just eating. But there's so many people that just think there's cheat codes. Yeah, there's this guy at every gym. Some old man that's out of shape that needs to feel like he felt in his 20s. So he just shows up, throws fucking 45s on the chest press, and rips it. Doesn't even half rep it, and just fucking gets up. Wears a weight belt the entire time.
Overwhelming to newcomers. But fear not! Throughout the years, many people have pushed the solution to this problem by thinking of new and unique methods of getting your butt in shape. Many of them are strange and questionable, but it's undeniable that they've managed to bring in loads of people who would otherwise remain on the couch.
Okay, that's impressive. How is he holding her with his mouth? Is that even possible? There's no way he's just biting down on a strap. There has to be like a hook in his mouth. I feel like that'd rip your teeth out, bro.
We're going to look through some of the bizarre workout programs to see if they're truly gimmicks or genuine breakthroughs in the world of fitness. Get off your ass and let's ride! God, Growing up, you or someone you know may have taken part in a wide variety of at-home...
Is that O.J. Simpson?
...workout tapes that used to be all the rage back in the day. While home fitness...
Dude, that used to churn money for people too. Selling home DVDs. Now you could just watch free workout programs and stuff on YouTube. I don't understand that. Like, people that sell workout programs in modern day, it's just like a bad side hustle. I know it sells in part, but I also think from a consumerism standpoint, why would you ever pay like $50 for somebody to teach you how to work out? Not in a physical sense. It's different if you're getting a personal trainer that's also motivating you and crafting something specifically for you versus you just buying like some shit from an Olympian. Like a fucking Mr. Olympia that's just selling a $50 fucking workout program. You're really out of shape, never lifted a day in your life, and he's just throwing some shit on you. Yeah, you're going to have to do a fucking pyramid set on the hack squat machine. It's going to be 15 sets. Good luck. Buns of steel. It's called fucking getting the quads up, man. This is the Quadzilla workout. You've never worked out a day in your life, just ripping the Quadzilla lift. You're going to be in a wheelchair after today.
Tybo, remember Tybo? Geese! Provided fairly standard workout routines, there were many that tried to target different corners of the market. Chair dancing fitness, for example, would teach workouts you could perform while sitting stationary in a chair, sometimes while holding two plates that you could clap together. The big ones I remember back in the day were my mom did
And that's so lame! I feel like the most common one that I saw when I was younger is yoga. Like, I vividly remember hearing and seeing all the people, like, I feel like all Gen X, like, moms did yoga. Like, when I was younger, like on a fucking VCR tape. All right, now we're getting into the downward dog. My mom did yoga. Dude, I feel like so many people did yoga. Yoga, Zumba, shit like that. What is yoga? It's like, you have to hold random positions that, like, work out parts of your body. It increases flexibility, stamina, and I guess, like, muscle strength.
Come on, you working? That kind of thing.
It's also, like, a weird form of meditation. Or not weird. It's a form of meditation.
Good. And then there was P90X.
Show us some yoga. Yeah, you just want me to bend over, bitch.
P90X was fucking huge. And then there was one more.
Was it the gay guy?
No, that's Richard Simmons. Yeah, he used to think, you're beautiful! And then whatever. There used to be one. It used to be like two, the duo. But P90X was the, oh, that one kicked my ass. that kind of thing. Being 14 and saying that, oh God. Some workout tapes focus on very specific types of workouts, like Body Flex's aerobic breathing courses, where instructors would squat down and aggressively breathe out as if they just survived a potential drowning.
Lips together. It comes.
Somebody paid for this, by the way. They bought a CD or a VCR tape of this shit.
Lips together.
$30. Hi, my name's blank and blank, and I'm going to teach you breathing exercises. Now, that's really going to expand your diaphragm and let more air into your lungs. You're going to be much more efficient when it comes to working out when you do this. So every time you're at the gym, just make sure...
It comes from down here.
He's just like hyperventilated breathing. People are going to think you're dying if you do that in public.
Some people need a little bit of extra motivation to get them moving. For them, they would turn to the strange selection of erotic home workouts.
Do people do this anymore in 2025? I think now it's a lot also, what the fuck? I think now it's a lot different. Like, nobody really sells these types of classes. I think there's a lot of weirder dieting things where people are like, yeah, you need to just eat raw meat. You have to just drink your own piss. Drink your own piss. It makes a man of steel. Like some fucking insane shit. Lick the slime off worms. That'll fucking harden your gullet. Go steal bird eggs from your local tree. It's better for you. Yeah, there's like Liver King shit now. Then it was just workout programs, but it was like alternative stuff. Now it's gotten really, really into weird shit. There still is stuff that exists like that now, but I think it's more IRL classes of like those trampoline workouts or where they wear those like bungee shoes. You know what I'm talking about? It's literally like the equivalent of like adult moon shoes. And I have them. And they'll stand there and they'll be like, all right, 3, 2, 1. And they're all smiling. And it just feels like you're in a liminal space with people that aren't fucking, like, there.
Love those. Put their pelvis up, and they're all wearing the one-piece thing. Doing the humps. You ever see that Jamie Lee Curtis? I forgot what movie.
I would take a stripping pole class. I've said I wanted to do that. I think that'd be a good workout, and I think it'd be really funny. And I could vlog it. I would do like a stripper pole class. What? Dude, other creators have done it where you do, like, I learned how to, like, like one leg spin around a pole. I feel like that'd be badass. Build your legs. Yeah, it'd help my inner thighs.
Maybe it is. Jamie Lee.
Then maybe I'd be able to squeeze a watermelon.
Curtis and John Travolta.
Please! Please! I'll schedule it right now, Joe. Do it.
During that workout class at the beginning. Show that clip, it's good. Linnea Quigley was known as a popular model and Hollywood scream queen in the 80s and 90s, and her breakout role from Return of the Living Dead, remember that? Showed her tits. It's awesome. First off, that movie might be one of the best zombie movies of all time, but yeah, she did a bunch of workout stuff. Horror workout tapes. It was sick. To capitalize off her popularity in horror
workout tapes,
she starred in Linnea Quigley's Horror Workout, a campy workout video mixed with cheesy horror movie stuff. It features a nude shower scene, erotic stretches, and aerobic exercises alongside a cast of zombies and other models. It's pretty sick, I'll be honest.
But do you think people are actually working out alongside of this? I feel like people would just be like goon into it.
So you're hard. The thought process is you're hard while you're working out.
I think that you start hard, but then after a while you're like, oh, I'm like, this is actually working. Or maybe you just watch and you just beat your, I don't know. Well, that's the whole thing they say is like you put up sexy pictures of women in your workout area and it like makes you work harder. That's what they say.
Is that why Arnold had like really buff?
What? That's what they say. Who says that? I have never been to a gym that just has like erotic pictures of women on the walls to like motivate me to work out. I will say, I think being at a gym makes you work out harder than a home gym. Working out at a home gym or like a hotel gym is the most fucking lame workout you'll ever have. Working out at like a semi-packed gym with other people that are like, they're not paying attention to you, but it just motivates you more to like try harder.
Arnold's not gay. Maybe he is gay. I don't know. You're beautiful. Come here.
Especially if a guy's repping the same thing as you. You're like, oh, now I gotta outshow him. I see that guy's curling 35s right there. Let me just pick up the 40s. start repping him. Then you see that one high schooler that shows up. That was me, but now I see other guys that do it, and now I'm like, wow, that was me. And it's so cringe. 14. Mosey on over. It's like their first time at the gym. They just fucking the 45s. Just start fucking ripping them. I'm like, there are teenagers that could do that, but not like your first time working out. You know what I mean? Because there's times where I'm not as strong as I was in high school. Like senior year in high school, I was actually stronger than I am now in terms of what I could lift because I would work out more and I ate more. But like freshman year me would curl the same weight that I curl now. And I look back at it and I was like, damn, how did I lift that then? And then I remember that I would just fucking cheat lift, like everything. Like I would bounce a bar off my chest. I wouldn't actually like work out.
There's also prancer-size, an awkward...
Oh my fucking God. I don't like this one. Where they attach ankle weights and just run around like a horse in a field.
Routine created by Joanne Rohrback that simply involves going out in an open pasture and skipping while waving your arms. The whole idea is that you are supposed to mimic the movements of a horse to elicit a feeling of freedom. Additionally, to get the maximum results, you must mimic the horse's diet as well by going vegan and eating nothing but grass. I added that last part, but still you could. If you ate nothing but grass, I think if you ate nothing but grass, it'd kill you. I think it would like clot in your...
Why do people need such weird, innovative ways to work out? Just fucking go on a walk. Just go on a walk. Go to the gym. Do the elliptical. Do the Stairmaster, right? Like you jog. You know, can't jog, go for a swim. Can't go for a swim, go for a bike ride. Can't go for a bike ride. I don't know. Calisthenics, you know, maybe buy 3-pound weights.
You could digest it.
Find something heavy in your house. Pick it up, put it down. Now do that 150 more times. A lot of the time working out isn't meant to be fun. And that's the brutal truth, right? I work out 5 to 6 days a week. Half of the time, I don't want to go to the gym.
Preach a spiritual...
I would rather do nothing.
Connection to nature and to distance yourself from monotonous routine of industrial gyms. The creator of Prancer-Size created the workout in 2012 and created a workout video...
Like, I have genuinely dreaded leg day since the start. If I've done 1,000 leg days, I think I've looked forward to 5 of them. But I do it because it's like, I got to do it. You know, if you don't do it, then, you know, you're kind of caving on your own, you know, promise to yourself.
To show off her technique, the video went viral for its ridiculousness, which landed her on the news, making the exercise even more popular. Would you do that? So far out of all of them, which one would you do? I'm doing the horror one, dude.
Yeah, I was gonna
Get
say.
a big titty.
The horror one? What were the other ones? I think I could do like any of the videotape ones pretty easily.
I want to get hard while I'm doing jumping jacks.
Flopping up and down. Boing, boing. This video is sponsored by Express.
Oh, I thought it was going to be Bad Dragon.
At-home workouts are not just a thing of the past. They have evolved into something completely different for the modern consumer. Naughty Girl Fitness is a YouTube channel that offers viewers a very unique workout experience.
The following movement experience might result in you looking sexy AF and connecting to your inner badass bitch. Work out at your own risk. We are not responsible for injuries. Please refer to our terms and conditions for liability waivers.
Each video usually has a skit or theme that plays into the type of workout
which is dry hump in the air.
You'll be doing. The pop that ass workout involves a lot of core workout and twerking, while the couch potato killer workout has a lot more punching and kicking.
You give me boom and a crack and a boom and a crack. Come on, boom. Yes, yeah.
I just couldn't do this. I couldn't follow along with this workout and feel good. You know? Give me a boom and a punch and a boom and a punch. I'd be like cringing at myself.
A crack. Come on, boom. Yes, scare hoes. Bring it back, bring it back. Scare hoes. Bring it back, bring it back.
What's going on? No, seriously. No, I'm serious. What is going on? What's going on? Oh my God, no, Jazzy, I'm seriously scared.
Stop.
No, I'm serious. No, I'm not.
The most regretted college degrees.
Zach went to college. I did not.
Is college a waste of time? According to the Federal Reserve, 35% of college grads regret their field of
35% of college grads regret the degree they got? Holy Do you think that's college grads wishing they were in another subsection in their field or an entirely different field? I don't even know if that's off money, though. They might just hate their job.
study. So today we are breaking down the top 5 most regretted and top 5 least regretted degrees.
I feel like most regretted are all going to be BAs. Coming from somebody with a BA. No. Yeah, it's going to be people with arts degrees or like art humanities degrees. I think, what is a BA? Bachelors of Arts versus Bachelors of Science. You could get a BA, or a lot of degrees you can only get in BA or only BS, but there's some that you could get a BS or a BA. But least regretted, I'm probably going to think that people say like comp sci, STEM, like bio or like chem majors. I think most regretted, but it's not even off just money, dude. They might just hate their job. Education. I think teachers hate their fucking jobs more than ever. More than ever. Not because they don't get paid enough. And some people are like, teachers get paid a lot. Bro, they should get paid more, bro. They're teaching our youth. Isn't it weird how, like, some teachers make, like, fucking nothing? I'm like, bro, these are the people that are, like, training the future generation. I feel like teachers should maybe potentially be more qualified, but also get paid way more. Because you're literally training the next generation of people. So I feel like teachers just hate their jobs now because the kids suck and the fucking programs suck. It depends on the place on whether or not you're getting paid well, if you have good material supplies, and then also freedom of teaching.
Talk to people.
So education's probably bottom of the barrel. I'm going to go like number 2. God, what's number 1? We got to lock in one before we start the video. We got to lock in one guess on least regretted and most regretted. Least regretted degree. What makes money? I'm going to go like some sort of shit that's like a doctor path. Ooh, engineering. Yeah. But like generic engineering or like civil engineering. Lawyers. Bro, I would think lawyer would be in most regretted. I'm going to go lawyer. I'm going to go lawyer number 1, most regretted. Bro, lawyers hate their jobs unless they make bag. Why? Because most lawyers make fucking nothing. You pass the bar, you spend so much of your life sweating dick so you can fucking make money just to potentially make nothing. Lawyers number 1, least regretted, I'll go engineering.
Who got these degrees?
Accounting? I would say accounting maybe like number 3 on least regretted.
Do you regret your degree?
And most importantly, we're going to decide whether Zach is an idiot for going to art school.
Got it!
All right, let's jump right into it, starting with the 5th most regretted college degree / field of study.
Oh my God, no, I said that had a chance of being 1.
Education. Damn, that's a bummer.
No, I don't even think that's a bummer. I'm surprised it's that low.
That's so sad.
That is a bummer. Yeah, it's the people who take care of our kids, man.
My sister got her degree in education, actually. We should call her because she's not a teacher anymore. Do you wish you had studied something other than education?
Yes, because
Oh my God, an instant yes.
I don't really use my bachelor's.
What do you think the main thing is?
That's a lot. You see it more and more now. So many of my friends have jobs in fields that have nothing to do with their degree. I don't know if that's just like my friend group, but a lot of my friends are in the union, but a lot of them that have degrees just work in random fields that have nothing to... How? Because a lot of the time, jobs want you to have a degree. It doesn't matter what degree it's in. Not, like, obviously, medicine, STEM shit, it does. But if you're working, like... You could reasonably get a marketing job with, like, a fucking accounting degree or, like, a finance degree. Like, you could get in a similar field, but not have the expertise in the major that you had. Do you regret your degree? No. I would have if I went for PT. Exercise science, that's what I was originally going for. And then I swapped to philosophy. Philosophy, not great for getting jobs. But usually you go for like, you go to grad school with a philosophy degree.
Is that
So a BA in philosophy is like fucking useless.
Causes people who got their degrees in education to regret it?
Red tape.
Ah, like what do you mean?
Well, they're not doing this for the pay. They're obviously doing this for a greater purpose. You know, you're trying to do what you think is best, and you have to go through different structures of way of doing things. You know, government implementing all their blockades and the politics of it. These structures aren't necessarily created by people that teach.
Well, there's a weird middle ground between blocking what people are able to do and not, because you do need some restriction for teachers, because if you have no restriction for teachers, they could just do and teach whatever they want within like a thin guideline, which is really bad, because then you're just getting shoved the ideologies of the teacher down your throat. Otherwise, but like that doesn't really happen. A lot of people say that happens in college. I don't think it does. I think in college, it really depends on the major and the degree you're going for, but they'll share your opinion, but they're not acting like you need it. But in high school, I don't know. What? How? If you had like a really religious or non-religious teacher that wanted to like kind of just weave that into everyday teachings, like that's more the separation in church and state idea. But that's why you have restrictions like that. You don't bring religion into schools. Because if you let teachers do whatever they wanted without restrictions, they would start pushing their religious ideologies onto you, right? Or doing those sorts of things intertwined with their regular teachings. Not always, but I'm saying you can't just have them, you know, do whatever they want, because then they're going to fucking just teach them as if you're their kid.
So it's a lot of back and forth.
Good thing for that? Yes, but then there's also too many restrictions where they ban books. They don't allow you to teach certain things or talk about certain subjects. On either side of the political spectrum, it's like it becomes a game of like what's allowed and what's not allowed to talk about in a classroom. And it's like you get a long list of like this, and this is a no-go.
Come up against, I don't know.
I went to a private school, like I went to a religious school in high school. And a lot of the teachers that I talked to openly said they make less money at that school, but they would rather teach there because they got to teach what they wanted to. Because private schools have more free reign outside of the religious aspect. outside of the religious aspect of the school where you're taking theology classes. It's more like when I took world literature, my high school teacher got to pick every book we read, right? He mapped the class himself. There was no guidelines. It's just like they need to be able to learn some sort of comprehension.
Bureaucracy.
Yeah.
Thanks for being in our video.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. Bye.
That was insightful.
Yeah, for sure.
What a bummer for that to be the first one, dude.
Yeah, dude.
Let's get a little bit more
Oh
positive.
my
Number 5, least.
Dude, there's too many fucking chords in this cuck-ass room. Lock in.
Regretted. Business/management. That.
It's because it's a broad degree. You could get so many jobs with that major, but I feel like a business management degree. Ooh, wait. Sorry, I was thinking. Business management, understandable. Most regretted, communications is on this list. On most regretted. Least regretted, I could see accounting, finance.
Makes sense. So business and management includes a lot of things. Business administration, finance, marketing, accounting, human resource management, international business, basically anything that needs to be taken care
Okay, so we're just lumping all of that into 5.
of is in business.
I think people who get this degree have no delusion about what their life's going to be like.
I also think that anybody that gets a business degree isn't like, yeah, I really just want to crunch numbers and do people's taxes. I really want to manage and market a business company. I feel like most of the time, there are people that do that, but if I had to guess, like 70% of business majors just want to make money. I do want to do that, really. You want to be an accountant, really. I'm not judging that. I'm not making fun of that. That's fine. You want to be like, when somebody's like, what's your dream job? You go, I want to save people money in taxes. That's what you want to do. But money not involved. Like, not the fact that you could potentially make really good money. It's like, yeah, nothing wrong with that. Nothing's wrong with it. Nothing's wrong with it. I just can't. That's the opposite end of the spectrum for me, right? Like, I would never want to be like, dude, do you think there's anybody that's like, I want to be an auditor for the IRS? Like, that's the job. That's the dream job, is auditing. Like, that sounds so bad. I would hate that job. I mean, maybe you get some sort of pleasure in like sticking it to the rich guy that didn't pay his taxes. But it's like, oh, fuck, bro. You want to work for the IRS?
College, have a good time, and if things don't work out, hey, that's okay. If they do work out, great. You know, like, it's just
business, dude. These guys have TikToks, and they walk up to restaurants and try and get in without reservations.
Let me see if my buddy Matt, I think he majored in business. Yo, Matt. You majored in business, right?
Yeah, I majored in marketing.
Hi, I'm James.
I fully think, bro, I really don't think marketing degrees are needed for the marketing space, though. And I whenever I have takes on this shit, a lot of like the YouTube commenters, if this becomes a video, Joe's such a fucking idiot. He knows nothing about marketing. I know. I'm just saying this is my personal perspective. You say I'm an idiot. That's fine. Explain why, and I'm fine with that. Right? I'm not saying you're wrong. There are times where I have horrible takes. But I don't think... I took a marketing class in college. It was daycare. It was daycare. Everything that I learned in that class was absolute horse shit. And when I was taking the class, one of the main things that people say, and I kind of agree, is why the fuck are you a professor if you're so successful in marketing? I'm sorry. I get being a professor for like chemistry or philosophy or fucking STEM shit. Why are you a professor for clean up people's poop? Maybe assist in I couldn't assist in surgery. I fuck up the medicine. I don't know. Wipe people's butts all day? Bro, you got to do so much shit. You watch people die. It's sad. It's always sad. It's never not sad. And it's not like adrenaline not sad. Like if you're like a paramedic, it's high energy. Sad, you see shit, but it's high energy. RN, there's some high energy moments. A lot of it's like you're just watching old people die. Like, ugh.
That's not a dentist.
Your call has been forwarded.
Oh, he blocked you.
My buddy is a anesthesiologist.
Okay.
Anesthesiology is so scary. The surgery or the fucking insurance they have for that's crazy. Anesthesiologists are the people that give you medicine or like shit before surgery. Like when you need an anesthetic. You need something that's going to numb you or make you pass out. Or they need to pump you with certain medicines while they're giving you surgery or help. Yeah, like they put you under, right? But it's very micro doses of certain things. And if they fuck up, you die. And so, I don't know if I could do that.
Call has been forwarded to voicemail.
Why isn't anyone answering the phone? It's 3 p.m.
He's calling me back.
Oh, shit. Be cool. Be cool.
I'm curious to know, like, do you regret your college degree?
I do regret my college degree in terms of my undergraduate because I did a lot of chemistry degrees, but then when I went to medical school, ultimately 98% of what I learned was worthless, and I felt like I spent 4 years of studying a subject that I just didn't really have any kind of usefulness for. I kind of wish I had studied maybe a more philosophical approach.
But you're happy to be a doctor now?
I am happy to be a doctor. I'm not upset with my financial predicament, but there's different levels and positions too in terms of income.
Where are you at in that ladder?
I'm definitely on the upper end of physician incomes. I do pretty well.
Hell yeah, dude.
I'm a pretty stable job. There's a lot of people that like you for what you do.
I think we get the gist. People don't hate you. You make a good amount of money, and seems pretty chill.
It is what it is. So
Thanks for the insight. What do we think? I mean, I thought the big reason health was going to be so high was because it's like education, but you get paid a lot of money.
Like, you mean it's...
I thought it was going to be both
morally, you feel like you're doing something good.
Yeah.
But then you get paid.
Yeah.
All right, so that's no surprise. The doctor doesn't regret being a doctor, but he does regret not majoring in poems or something.
I think it shows that getting an education doesn't always happen.
Damn, that really does... That does suck, though, the thought that your doctor or surgeon could actually fucking hate their job. Not even in a neutral standpoint where it's like, okay, I'm making good money and I'm helping people. Like, I doubt every surgeon's, like, giddy to go to work. But you're meeting your fucking doctor that's supposed to be helping you, and right before he showed up, he was like... like dreading getting in his car and having to show up to help you.
To be about turning it into a career. It is cool to just better yourself for the hell of bettering yourself.
Yeah. The number 2 most regretted field of study is humanities/art.
Humanities/art. That's me.
You guys said that would be number 1. What the fuck is going to be number 1, though? Humanities/art. That's a lot.
How embarrassing. I studied film, which was in that category.
What is a humanity?
Humanities include the study of history, philosophy, and religion.
That's me! Number 2 most regrettable degree, chat. Do I regret it? No. What's my job? Twitch streamer. Did I do anything in the field of philosophy? Nope. Outside of my philosophy YouTube channel.
Modern and ancient languages and literatures, fine and performing arts, media.
Dude, it's because you don't make fucking any media. Don't they have degrees for social media now? It's not like you get a degree in social media, but it's a degree with something with social media. Dumbest degree ever if you go for that shit. Just fucking do it. Just fucking do it. What is this, Kai Cenat Streamer University? You're going to go to college so you learn how to fucking make an Instagram post? Like, just do it, right? I feel like that's bad news if you're like, I need to get a 4-year degree in fucking social media. Anyways, fine arts and performing arts, they get to like, if you get a good job there, you get to travel the world and perform, which is really cool, but you don't make good money unless you're really, really at the top. And even then, your lifespan on being able to do it is so short. Like, if you're a ballet dancer or you perform in plays, really depends what, but, like, a lot of the time you might only be able to perform for, like, 10 years. Modern, ancient language and literature. I feel like literature ends up going into education a lot. Religion.
Media.
That's a lot of stuff.
I got a degree in philosophy and religion. I don't know anyone that gets a degree in religion and doesn't become, like, a priest. If you're just getting a straight theology degree.
Performing arts, media.
Like, what do you do with
That's a lot of stuff.
What do you do with a straight theology degree if you're not going to be like a Catholic priest or teach religion? Teach theology at a school? Like, what do you do with just a theology degree? I could understand philosophy, because philosophy you could segment into like HR in a grad program. A lot of people get dual degrees with psych and become like therapists.
Have to be lumped into one thing.
Human experience.
Oh, the human experience.
It's everything related to
the human experience. I mean, it's
a mortician. Do you have to get a degree to become a mortician?
totally understandable why so many people regret this. Film school and art degrees, they're a big gamble. Like, there's way more people majoring in that.
I'd hope so. Really? What's the worst that's gonna? What's the worst that could happen? They're dead. They're dead. If you're a mortician, it's like the body looks weird. Like, you're not gonna kill. It's not like you're an anesthesiologist. Worst thing that could happen, you bring them back to life. Oh shit! You forgot your training. I didn't know it. And he's just like a dead body, just walking out of the morgue.
Then jobs available. Totally see why a lot of people who majored in a crapshoot got snake eyes and were like, I should have done that.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, I think the only reason I don't regret it is because I'm doing it.
Yeah.
Like, if I had given up at some point and wasn't doing anything related to any of it, I would...
Well, yeah, I do think a lot of people that get into humanities and arts degrees end up just using that degree to put a foot in the door for the fact that they have a degree and then go into a field that has nothing to do with, cinematography or whatever they ended up getting into.
Be like, dude, I should have gone to school for engineering. If I had a friend who's like an accountant and I asked them to meet up after work and they're like, oh, I can't. I go to UCLA every Wednesday for my like screenwriting class, and they're just doing it for the pursuit of it. Yeah. That's so cool.
Yeah, that's super cool.
So it sucks that people regret pursuing those things, because I think a lot of humanities and arts comes from a place of interest or passion.
The truth is, work without...
Ooh, do you think people regret it because it's like their dream gets killed? Like they go to school for like acting, performing arts, and then they fucking fail like miserably. Oh. So it's not even like, oh, the pay or they don't like their job. It's just like, I literally could not get cast in any role at all.
Without will and work without direction only makes you a beast of burden.
Oh, is that a quote?
Yeah.
Who said that?
I don't know. Another important takeaway from the study is that someone's field of study isn't always the most regretted aspect of higher education. A lot of times it's a relationship.
Yeah.
From a statistical standpoint, the number one regret in regards to higher education, more than the field of study, according to this survey, with 45% of students feeling this way, is not getting more education.
Whoa.
A huge contributor.
The number one regret of higher education is not going further. So they wish that they had gotten a PhD.
To that is 61% of dropouts wishing that they had finished school. All right.
Well, yeah. I will say, this is how I perceive this, okay? I'm not saying this applies to anybody or you need to do this. I was in college from COVID 2020, 2021 till I graduated like summer of 24. I was exercise science for the first year. Philosophy the second year, third and fourth, right? And I think that the second year I really wanted to drop out. And that was 21, 22, right? So like the 2 months into my sophomore year when like I was finally going back, first year of college, exercise science fully online. I didn't go to college one time. Every class I had was on Zoom. It was terrible. It was like I was still in high school. Second year, first year of actual college, first day I showed up, I was like, I'm going to fucking drop out. Stuck with it. Happy I did. I see so many people that drop out, but they don't drop out in the first or second year. They drop out in the third or fourth. What are you doing? What are you doing? You're already, if you're past halfway, might as well stick it out. That's how I'm seeing that shit. The amount of people that drop out like year 4, year 3.5, I'm like, bro, you have fucking 70% of your degree done. Just get it at this point. Like, what are you fucking, I understand if it's like a life thing where it's like, okay, some shit happened where like you physically have to push school to the side, but that's just putting it off. That's not dropping out. The amount of people that are like, yeah, college isn't for me. Buddy, it took you 3.5 years to figure that out. You're on the back end of your fucking degree. What are we doing?
Number 2, least regretted field of study is computer science.
I called that shit!
Of course. I mean, that just makes sense.
Well, that's because it's so needed right now. I think in like 5 years, people are going to regret it.
That's pretty much sums it up.
It's the science of computers, ladies and gentlemen.
Because there'll just be so many people going in for it.
And what is the number one thing in the whole society these days? Yeah, you guessed it. Computers. Computer sciences is basically the new medical school. Once we got a bunch of clankers running around. So for years and years, you've been told, like, this is safe, go into coding, until, like, last year when they're like, oh, you know what actually AI is, like, really good at? Your job. And carrying on the theme that we've seen from this list.
Yeah, I think this will slowly go down the list and then transfer sides over the next, like, 10 years. What do people at Geek Squad have a degree in? Like, if somebody works at Geek Squad, do they have a degree?
People make a dump truck load of money doing that.
Nothing. IT. Do you think they make money? Bro, that sucks, though, if you have to go. They have an IT in geeking, IT cybersecurity. Bro, but do they make money? That would just blow ass going to a 4-year degree school to go work at Best Buy and put on iPhone covers for people. And listen to a grandma be like, why doesn't my computer work? She's still on Windows 7. Why doesn't my computer work? She hasn't updated her computer in 8 years.
Yo, Ross.
What's up?
You have one of the least regretted college degrees, I think. What was your degree?
Computer science.
How do you feel about your degree, and then why do you think it's people are so happy with their computer science degrees?
Yeah, I mean, I don't regret it. The reason I don't regret it is the freedom of work and the ease of work. Last time I changed jobs, it took me like less than a week to find a new job. The fact that I can work from home, can kind of work like whatever hours I want as long as I get my.
Oh, and they job hop like crazy. They job hop like fucking crazy, bro. The people that I know in comp sci, it's like every 3 months they get a new fucking job. They do like minimal work and then they just job hop, get paid more, work for like 6 months, job hop.
Work done is really nice. Oh yeah, and I get paid well, so.
Yeah, that helps. Now with AI and coding, what level do you think that disruption is going to be at?
It's gonna hurt newer people more than people like me. Instead of people hiring interns and dealing with that, they're like, well, we can probably just get AI to write code that's good enough and then have someone senior look at it. That's a possible shortfall, or maybe it works, right? And we just like programming dies in the next 10 years.
Are you worried about that at all?
I mean, not really, because like there's nothing I can do to change it. So if it happens, it happens, and I'll get a new job.
Yeah.
Damn, dude.
You're smart.
Based. That's smart as hell, bro.
Swing a hammer somewhere, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know, swing a hammer somewhere. The way that I perceive it is like if you were smart enough to get a comp sci degree and you're in the field and AI takes your job, you're probably smart enough to take the job of another person. Like the people that shouldn't be, in my mind, the people that should be worried aren't comp sci people, because if you got a degree in computer science and you're in the field for 5 years and AI takes the comp sci guy's job, the comp sci guy is going to go take your job because they're going to hire him. Like, I don't know. That's just how I'm perceiving it. It's like, bro, they're probably going to be way better at whatever it is.
All right, dude. Well, thank you.
Because they could still go into the tech area. And even if they're not computer coding, it's like they'll be the Geek Squad guy.
Yeah.
All right, later.
The higher we go up this list, the more people are like, and you know, I get paid pretty well.
yeah, they don't want to say it.
Before we go any further, I just want to remind you guys that subscriber numbers makes us feel better and not regret our chosen path.
The median income.
Am I subscribed? I am subscribed. Speed
of a subscriber to speed is double that of somebody to speed.
And least regretted degree/field of study for people in America. The most regretted college degree in America is...
If it's not art, dude, I kind of want to throw it. Does business communications count as business management? No. Journalism? I feel like that would go into the literature bunker. I think that would... Drama? That's in the arts, though. I'm just going to spin it.
Field of study.
Social and behavioral sciences.
Social/behavioral sciences. All right, so this includes psychology, sociology, anthropology, criminal justice, social work, communication studies.
Okay, communication studies is in that list. I'm shocked psychology's up there. Sociology, I get being there. Anthropology, yeah, probably hard to find a job in anthropology. Very fascinating majors, though. I love psychology, sociology, and anthropology. I get communication studies and social work not probably doing well or making a lot of money.
Behavioral science and international relations.
I'm just imagining a psychologist.
June said, and I'm cooked.
Working at a...
Dude, chat. Also, I see people going, oh my God, no way. If you want to go to college for psychology, don't take this fucking one YouTube video as the telltale sign that you can't do psychology. You could still... This isn't a surefire saying of like everybody in this major's unhappy.
Federal prison.
Yeah.
And it just being brutal, exhausting, emotionally difficult work.
Yeah.
And then they don't make a lot of money.
It's doom scrolling IRL. It's like, all right, time to have this other sad guy come in and talk to me on Zoom for an hour. And then I get to have lunch. You could call mine.
Yeah, you do only deal with depressing things. And it's like not a physical depression of like you're seeing people like with wounds, like you're a paramedic or an RN, you're like only dealing with people that are actively on like the brink of suicide, or dealing like if you're like a therapist or a psychiatrist, like you only deal with people that need, and it's like you're doing good, but it's like I can understand the mental deterioration of like, okay, this is like taxing my body. You get to help them. Yeah, you get to help them, but imagine like 8 years into your job, every day there never being good news. Not never, because you are helping people get better and slowly you get to witness them like kind of grow and flourish, which is awesome. But it's like every day you're also getting new clients that are also like it's an endless loop of like pulling people out of the mud, and then you get them out of the mud and there's another person that falls in. And then you pull them out of the mud, another person falls in. Like you're doing great and you are changing the world, but from your perspective, it feels like you're doing nothing.
Therapist, but I think that'd be weird.
Yeah, I don't think you're supposed to do that.
Yeah.
You'd be like, hey, do you regret your degree?
Yeah,
And
you're
like,
the number one most regretted. Your job is the most regretted degree in the world. How do you feel about it? It's like, oh, I guess I do have some regrets. Maybe I'll call my therapist. It's harder than ever to give young people advice on what they should do after high school. There was a time when the smart move was simple. You go to college. It
used to be that simple. It literally used to be just go to college.
Study didn't matter.
Now it's like, it's a lot more complicated. And it's so new that that's an issue. Like this is the 21st century's issue, right? In the 90s, 80s, 70s, it was like you could still go to college, get a great job. Yeah, you could still do that now, but there's so many options and no time to figure it out. It's like you're still a kid being thrown into the job world effectively. Even if you are going to college, yes, you have to go to college for 4 years. Bro, you're 18 years old, 19 years old, trying to determine what you want to do for the rest of your life right now. Like, fuck. That sucks, right? But maybe I'm not making it better for any of you guys. Don't feel bad if you change your major, right? I think you should have a net of a few things that you're interested in, soft launch one of them, and see if you like it, and then you can commit to something else if it's terrible.
Much because you're just like better off having a degree. College got insanely expensive. More recently, everyone was saying, forget college, just learn how to code. Now people say AI writes code better than humans. So what is the best plan? Trade school? Maybe. College? Maybe. Pick a major just for a paycheck? Maybe. Study something that you love and then it doesn't matter. You'll fall into a way to make money? Maybe. Join the family business straight out of high school, drop out and start your own thing? Honestly, I don't know. All of those.
It's so person to person because it's your interests and also the connections that you have. Like I feel like you might be that kid, but everybody knows that kid that has a dad or mom with a thriving family business that they're 100% just going into. Like your dad owns a golf course. You're going to own a golf course. That's your life, right? Like your dad owns a golf course. All right, sorry, the path is paved. That's all you got to do. And your job's set. Some people don't have that. And so it's like, now you got to fucking figure out what the hell your options are, what you're able to do, and also what you want to do.
Those are extremely vital.
Legacy matters so much. It's legacy. Well, I think connections in life is everything, but it's also, yeah, like being able to go into a family business is awesome if you want to do it.
Double option.
The alternative that does suck is when your parents have a family business that's on the brink of collapse. And they really want you to do it, but you really don't want to do it. They really want you to carry on that family. No, like that sucks. Trying to weigh those options.
What I do know is this.
Like a pastry shop. Well, sometimes that's awesome if you really want to get into it. But yeah, like restaurant business. Like if your family owns a restaurant. And, now you're really flipping a coin on whether or not you really want to own a restaurant or not.
The last decade, we've noticed that there's...
Inheriting a farm, that's the worst. That's the fucking worst. Or the best. It's one of the two. It also depends on the farm. You know, if you're inheriting a farm that's worth $40 million versus a farm that's like a family-run farm that sells mainly locally, and you're really, you know, working all year round to take home like $35K profit. And if you have a bad season, you're down fucking 250 grand. Like, it's fit. Dude, farmers can make like 40K off the top, but spend like $1.5 million and make 1.58. Like, it's that, like, they have to put so much money in and then only get like a very small increase of how much they make.
Way more anti-education and anti-intellectual talk creeping into conversations from every side. And I don't freaking jive with it, because at its core, education is good. It's about bettering yourself, and it betters the world. And I would never discourage anyone from trying to do that. If you're a younger person watching this video, just do your best to be smart about the path that you choose. I wish I could give you better advice, but I really don't have an answer.
If anyone's trying to give you a blanket answer to this question, you probably shouldn't listen to them.
Yeah, they're either dumb or they're lying. To end this on a positive note, the #1 least regretted type of degree is...
Do you have a guess?
I thought it would be this one. Is it improv?
Least regretted. So the most favorited degree by broad people. Health is already on the board. Finance is already on the board. I think chat with engineering is smart.
Is it improv school?
Architecture, maybe.
Engineering. Dude, when I got this far, I thought I was going to say catering. I was like, catering? Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah. Everybody has to eat.
Yeah, everyone's got to eat. All right, engineering.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah. It's like the more tried and true version of computer science. Mm-hmm. It's the one that's been around for a century.
Yeah, this is beep, boop, beep, boop, and this is...
And we've had... for like way longer.
Then beep, boop, beep, boop. Mm-hmm. These guys together sent a man to the moon.
Well, this all honestly just makes a ton of sense and was maybe predictable the whole time.
Yeah. Thank you guys for watching.
Yeah, I think that was actually, you don't even really need to look into that. Engineering's like, you build shit, it breaks, you got to fix it, knock it down, build something else. It's never not going to be a job. Engineering is like, bro, if you go into like that type of work, like you're a civil engineer, you're always gonna, maybe there's too many civil engineers, but there always is going to be a need for civil engineers. There's always going to be a need for engineers in general, like electrical engineers and people like that do all that type of stuff. It's just a job that there's always going to be needed work. Even if it's like we build bigger and better things that last longer, there's always going to be upkeep. There's always going to be things that change. There's always going to be more people that want to do different things. So, I don't know. That made a lot of sense, though. I think that was the easiest guess out of all of them. I did love that video, though. I'm sorry that took, like, fucking forever to watch.
Is a service problem and not a pricing problem. If a pirate offers a product anywhere in the world, 24/7, purchasable from the convenience of your personal computer, and the legal provider says that the product is region locked, will come to your country 3 months after the US release, and can only be purchased at a brick and mortar store, then the pirate service is more valuable. In short, convenience is key, and people are willing to pay, but why are they making it so complicated? The music industry got it right for the consumer. They created something so
Oh, that's true. There's competitors, but I really do think, like, I don't have a problem with Spotify. I understand, like, what is it? Like, I buy Duo. How much is Duo? Because I pay for me and Brooks. It's like, what, like $12? It's like 12 or 15 a month or some shit. I don't know what it is. I think it's 15. But it's, like, way cheaper to have Duo than Solo. What the fuck is Duo? You get 2 accounts of premium. But it's like, I think that's worth it, you know? Because you're basically getting unlimited. The streaming service solution to music is only upsides. Because if you remember prior to Spotify, Apple Music, all that, you had to buy the songs on iTunes. Like, you were paying $1 a song, $1.50 a song. So if you had like 200 songs you liked, oh, you were fucking spending a bag to listen to that shit. Like, it was expensive. Now, yeah, you don't own the music, but it's like dude, you're paying way less than you used to.
Simple that it wasn't even necessary to pirate music anymore. At its peak, Napster had nearly 80 million registered users downloading and sharing music for free. By the mid-2000s, sites like LimeWire and BitTorrent were handling billions of illegal downloads every year. Year over year, music revenue sales were dropping, and the music industry executives were convinced it was because of piracy. That's when Spotify, Apple Music, and other music streaming services came around to essentially make the Netflix of music. However, these services are better because there is no exclusivity. No matter what service you pay for, you will have access to basically the same exact music as any other.
The only thing is you don't really get remixes on Spotify, which does annoy me. YouTube has that, Spotify doesn't. Spotify has like all mainstream shit. They don't really have like underground, like unless you upload it specifically to Spotify. It's like more rare.
One monthly price and nearly every song and album ever made. Now, this isn't necessarily all good. This has devalued music incredibly.
That's false as fuck. They don't have a lot of the remixes that I look for. A lot of slowed down shit.
Incredibly, and artists get fractions of a penny per
like an Aura song.
Stream, but unfortunately the customer doesn't care because the service is better for them. But we might be at a tipping point with music streaming services because Spotify is seemingly taking a page out of Netflix playbook and prioritizing their own music over licensed music. But the problem is it's AI generated. But that's a whole different video. Compared to now, it seems like in the early 2010s, streaming services had it right. All they had to do was not change. Piracy was at an all-time low in the early 2010s because it was safer, easier, and not a financial burden to just pay for the content you wanted to watch. Now, there are always going to be people who simply don't want to or can't pay. This is extremely common with pay-per-view events. For many years, Dana White and the UFC waged war against sites like Crackstreams, trying to convince everyone that he would get them shut down.
You kind of stirred the pot a little bit with the piracy, the online streamers. They want to come after you and give this thing away. So,
I will say pirated versions of UFC fights are generally lower quality and fail a lot. I think it does make sense to just buy a UFC fight with your friends. Like, solo, you can't really reason buying a UFC fight, but like, if you're with like 10 of your friends, just each spend like $4. And then you get to watch the fucking pay-per-view.
Any regret? It kind of maybe stirring the pot a little bit?
I'm glad you asked me about that because we got one. We got him. We're watching this guy right now. All you have to do is turn it on Saturday, and we got you. I can't wait. Turn it on Saturday, streamers, and see what happens.
Nothing happened. 4 years later, and you could watch any UFC fight crystal clear HD on a handful of different free streaming sites. Dana eventually realized he was losing the battle with illegal pay-per-view streamers, and to everyone's surprise, he actually made a deal that benefits the consumer now. In 2026, all UFC events will air exclusively on Paramount networks in the United States. That means in 2026, all UFC events will air exclusively on Paramount networks in the United States. That means 13 marquee numbered events and 30...
All of them? How much did Paramount pay for that? $7 billion. $7 billion. Oh my God. Wow, I was gonna say that shit ain't cheap. You're getting all of the UFC?
Fight networks in the United States. That means 13 marquee numbered events and 30 fight nights will air via Paramount Plus. For $13 per month, you can get all the UFC events and all of Paramount's content ad-free. This is actually...
Wow, that is so fucking crazy, dude.
A monumental shift. For the first time ever,
$7 billion.
Fans will have access to the fights at the lowest cost in history. But it's not all positive. Some suspect that this is the beginning of the UFC resorting to basically all the exact issues I have already raised with streaming services. Once the UFC moves fully to a streaming platform, they've got your money locked in, whether the card...
But then how do fighters get cuts at pay-per-view? Because don't main card fighters get a base salary for the fight, and then they also get a cut of the pay-per-view earnings? So how does that happen? like the views.
Card is stacked with superstars or filled with nobodies. That pressure to deliver massive must-see events disappears
McGregor was the last fight to get pay-per-view percentage. Is that true?
overnight. And honestly, that's already been happening in the past couple years. The storytelling is basically non-existent. Cards are bloated with fighters nobody cares about. Their upcoming talent pool is getting less impressive and exciting. But now the cost of 13...
It is less. I do see a lot of people say what is it, Dagestan? Like all those guys coming out of there are like boring to watch. I don't know. I'm not like an avid UFC watcher. I'll watch like big cards that I'm hype about for like fighters I want to see. But a lot of people say like wrestler UFC fighters are really boring. But it's like that's it's a part of the game. You know, it's UFC, it's MMA, it's mixed martial arts. It's not just boxing and fucking high, spin kicks and knocking people the fuck out. Like a lot of it's going to be grappling. I will agree though. When you're hyped for a main card and then you wait 3 hours for the main card to start and they're just hugging each other on the floor for fucking the entirety of the fight, it's not fun to watch, but it's like, it's a part of the sport. You know, you have to like that. You have to, that's more of an acquired taste in fighting, is watching guys like live in the clinch versus dudes that just strike and knock each other the fuck out.
marquee events is roughly the same price as one pay-per-view. So as long
it's like the chess match part of it. It's like it's different from just like full power swinging.
as you get one good card per year, it's technically worth.
I like grappling. I like a mixture. I like when it's like some dude that's really good at grappling and then also a guy that's good at grappling but also like, striking, and then you have them try to get out and play towards their expertise. It does suck when it's literally just like they live in a clinch and nothing happens and they just throw like elbows.
The subscription. They quite literally just cheapened their product, so we should expect the quality to decrease even more. Also, fighters have traditionally been paid based on pay-per-view points, meaning if the card sold well, they got paid well. Once that model disappears, the UFC has to raise base pay for their top
Oh, see, that answers my question.
stars just to keep them happy. That makes those stars more expensive to book, so to save money, the UFC will inevitably have them fight less. Fewer high-profile matchups, more watered-down fight nights, and a whole lot of filler. Fans will pay less, but they also will get less. All of these companies across the entire entertainment industry, besides music, kinda, have overcomplicated their model of delivering content to customers for the sole purpose of squeezing every last dollar out of the end user. I believe most people are good people, and I don't think anyone expects to get quality entertainment for free. We were in a good sweet spot in the 2010s, but greed ruined it. Now the costs are higher, the content is worse, and the convenience is gone. I've canceled nearly all of
It'll revert. It has to. Because there's a level of like, not even like capitalism, but there's a level of like competition where if it gets too expensive and they don't have a good like portfolio of shit, people are just going to stop buying it. Those companies fail. That catalog of stuff goes to another company. They might hike their prices, but it'll still be a better deal overall. Like, it sucks, but it's going to be an up and down. It's hills.
my subscriptions or reduced to just the ad tier because I just don't watch as much. And I know I'm not alone. When the system no longer respects the consumer finds another way. That's why piracy doesn't feel like stealing anymore. It feels like the logical solution.
Do you think this will have UFC fighters leave? What, and go to a different fighting league? Because Dana's still probably paying them more than anybody else. So probably not. All right. Chat, we have this. How Wawa is beating fast food companies at their own game. Before we even get into this chat, who knows what Wawa is? Who knows what Wawa is? If you don't, it's basically 7-Eleven, but better. It's a superstore gas station. I would say the equivalent of a Wawa. Wawa's like northeast/east. I would say for like southern people, Buc-ee's. Buc-ee's a lot larger, but people perceive Buc-ee's as the same way that people in the northeast perceive Wawa. A very loved store, right? All the athletes, get sponsored by Wawa. Most Eagles players are sponsored by Wawa. Not most, but a lot.
Steak shorty.
My bag. Hello, would you like to try a sample? How are you today, sir? Do you have a rewards card today?
It's
sample. They ain't ever dealing out samples in Wawa. That was straight for the video, bro. That pissed me off. There is never somebody Kim outside of fucking Wawa handing out samplers.
Would you like to try a sample?
Never.
How are you today, sir? Do you have a rewards card today?
It's 10 a.m. on a Monday, and we're at a Wawa, one of America's largest convenience store chains, right outside of Philadelphia.
8:30. Have a great day. Gobbler's back.
And you're stuck behind the guy that's getting 9 packs of cigarettes.
Yeah, let me get one of those. Let me get one of those Camel Crushes on the top left. Yeah. Do you have any of that? Do you have any of that Red Man chew? Oh yeah, I'll get one of those. Yep.
Then he pulls out a wad of cash, but it's unorganized. That's a casual experience at Wawa. Pulls out a fucking wad of cash. It's just like, it was just in his pocket. It wasn't even in his wallet. Just fucking,
yeah, let me just rummage through here.
Just pulling out fucking a $5 bill, a 20, a 10, a 50. He just has it all.
Today's the first day of the Gobbler.
Oh, don't get me started about... I'm a Gobbler hater. Dude, the Gobbler is this... If you don't know... Okay, see, I'm talking about this like people know what this is. The Wawa Gobbler is this big promo they have at this store, like, for a month straight. And they're like, dude, come get the Gobbler at Wawa. And they get, like, Saquon Barkley and Jalen Hurts to be like eating the Gobbler. Yo, it's fucking disgusting. It's an entire Thanksgiving meal in one sandwich.
It's limited time offers inspired by Thanksgiving. Food has helped Wawa build a
yuck
fiercely loyal fan base, what some call a cult-like.
Now that's a little extreme. Getting a Wawa tattoo? Oh, no.
I love Wawa. I don't even get gas. I get food.
I love their products.
That is a lot of people. They're phasing those out, but they used to have, it used to be like a 7-Eleven where you could just get food, but now most Wawas are also gas stations. Patrick Welsh, Wawa customer.
Their sandwiches, their coffee.
I love their sandwiches. They even have some cool selections for drinks. It's really just a great old time.
Any cult following starts with each customer, each visit, each transaction.
Hey, Chris Geisens. He spoke at my high school.
Turning in it.
Hey, Chris Geisens. Rock on. CEO of Wawa.
To something more than it should be. We have 5 minutes with our customers. Make it the best 5 minutes of their day.
Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Expansion has been rapid. Revenue has more than doubled. And it's
a little stagnated here. Uh-oh. That worries me. Wawa, what the fuck?
And it's
we need to be on the up and up. We got to spread worldwide. We're making a monopoly here, Wawa. What are we fucking doing? We're at 18.9 billion, 18.8. That's bad.
Revenue has more than doubled, and its workforce has grown by nearly 90% over the past decade. But competition is fierce.
Yeah, half of those people are New Jersey gas attendants.
But competition is fierce. Convenience store chains are perfecting food, and fast food chains are expanding options and offering value deals and more customization.
You're going to see...
Dude, the order screen at Wawa is like the perfect UI. Chat, you have never... If you're ever in a state that has a Wawa, go there. It's not going to be some mind-boggling experience. I'm not going to sit here and say, like, your life's going to change, you know? But if you go to a Wawa, you're going to leave that and be like, wow, that would be, like, really nice to have. You know, open 24/7, they always have, like, a bunch of meal options. It's like a million fast food places in one. You could get salads, hoagies, sandwiches, soup, mac and cheese, hot dogs, milkshakes, smoothies, re-energy fucking, like, juices. It's like, dude, it's fucking espresso, cold brew. You can fucking get anything at a fucking Wawa. Whole pizza, you get at fucking Wawa, you know? Lotto tickets, Zins. Maybe heroin in the back, but they're not associated. It'd be another guy. Gamer Subs. Try it. Code BART. 10% off. Free shipping. Free sample pack at checkout. You could get cups. Powdered tubs. Or cans. Link in description. Bye.
Continued expansion of high quality food service in the convenience industry. And if anything, the quick service restaurants better watch out, because if you can get better food faster at a gas station, that kind of changes everything.
But with an estimated $18.8 billion in annual revenue and nearly 1,200 stores, Wawa is holding its own against public players like 7-Eleven and Casey's.
Yo, fuck Casey's! Yo, fuck Casey's for the motherfucker! Yo! Earlier before this stream started, or earlier before this video started, some motherfucker in my chat was like, oh, Casey's is better than all of them. Yo, 2,800 stores, 15.9 billion in revenue. 1,100 stores, 18.8 billion in revenue. Which one's more successful? Honestly, if you crunch the numbers too, I'm pretty sure Wawa's even doing better than 7-Eleven. Per Wawa is making more money. How many stores do you have? 0.
So can it keep up the momentum?
What a fucking awkward intro. God, a millennial pause.
Just 2 miles away, at Wawa's headquarters, the Innovation Center is testing new hoagies, or subs.
Bro, they're hiring people. What is that? See, no, that's something I'm going to complain about, is I love their options, but they also have a lot of fucking weird shit that no one orders. Like, because they just have a million. Okay, so they have fucking 300 ingredients, and they go, we're just going to make 85 different things that have these ingredients in them. So then they just hire people to like come up with these weird ideas. Stop having that shit. Just have everything be custom and let me put it on it. So, this is something I'm going to complain about. They came out with this panini sandwich. It's a panini with turkey, cheese, garlic sauce, honey hot sauce, and mac and cheese. It's amazing, okay? I have a few things I would like to change, all right? I'm going to order it, but I have a few things I'd like to change. When I go to custom panini, I'm not allowed to add the mac and cheese on the custom panini, and that pisses me off. That fucking grinds my gears, okay? See, so now, hey, Chris Geisens, if you're watching this fucking video, hey, pal, maybe change that. Maybe make it so I could put mac and cheese on my fucking panini without having to order the fucking specialty sandwich that they fucking want me to order.
Sauces, coffees, and smoothies.
So this is...
Yeah, I got 98 fucking flavors of smoothies, dude.
Second round of samples?
I got dragon fruit. Some shit you've never even heard of. You've heard of dragon fruit. They have other weird shit.
We send back out several concepts to our Wingmates panel.
Aside from the dozens of fresh...
Oh my God, right there, dude. That's like heaven. Yo, you click one, it expands to like 9 different options, and you can just be tapping that shit. Like, just searching that shit. It's amazing.
Aside from the dozens of fresh food and beverage options available to customers in store, Wawa offers 15 limited time items every year. The Gobbler, around Thanksgiving...
Nobody fucking eats the Gobbler, bro. I need to see the numbers on this shit. I don't know anybody that's ordered the Gobbler. Everybody in New Jersey goes to fucking Wawa. I don't know a single person that eats the Gobbler. I do? Okay, Zod does, bruh. Zod eats the Gobbler. You've craved that. You've been like, damn, the Gobbler's back. A sandwich with mashed potatoes, turkey, gravy, and cranberry sauce. Oh, it's dripping too.
Year. The Gobbler, around Thanksgiving,
Yuck.
is its most popular. Coffee is a big deal.
What's another fucking specialty sandwich that Wawa has seasonally that's popular? They have Hoagie Fest. And Hoagie Fest is like the fucking... Dude, when I see Hoagie Fest, all of the sandwiches, I'm pretty sure, are the same fucking price. So if you get a 6-inch or a 12-inch, they're the same price. So when I see a motherfucker on Hoagie Fest, or it's like $4 and $5. No, it's like, if you get a 6-inch hoagie, say it's like $4. Regularly, the 12-inch would be like $8 or like $10. But a Hoagie Fest is like $4 and $5. Just get the fucking bigger one. But I see people get the 6-inch hoagie. What are you fucking doing? You're just wasting money.
Already 9 variations at its stores.
We used to have...
Some people are health conscious. It's a 12-inch hoagie, brother. Cut that bitch in half. Oh, Chris Geisens, lock in.
different third parties, Dunkin' or Pizza Hut, was part of our offer here. And customers said to us, we trust you, we trust your food, we trust the brand you are. And so now every product we sell here that's food or fresh beverages or Wawa branded.
I think it offers a nice tart flavor.
All right, I'm gonna get some slurpant.
A focus on food is...
All right, we're getting a little snobbish with the science here for the Wawa. I mean, dude, the people that are getting the coffee are pulling up at 4 a.m. They're truckers.
It's paying off. Customers who shop at both Wawa and quick service chains Burger King, Wendy's, or Starbucks have been shopping more frequently with Wawa than with the others since 2023. And breakfast is the clear winner. Morning meal traffic increased by 5% at food-forward convenience stores like Wawa, while QSRs only increased by 1% in August 2025.
The big thing Wawa figured out is if you look at all of the negatives that were historically associated with the gas station industry, the bathrooms, maybe the last resort food, Wawa flipped all of that and decided to turn those into positives.
Wawa's customers...
They don't let crackheads in the bathroom. I mean, like, what the fuck are we, dude? Like, that's what they're trying to flip those into positives. So, you know, the things that normally are not perceived, that's what they do, bro. The bathrooms are clean because they have locks on them. At ones of high traffic areas, like, dude, they just don't let, like, why would you? I'm not saying, bro, I'm not gonna have a take here. I'm saying the bathrooms are cleaner because they have janitors that take care of them, and they don't let, like, homeless people roam the stores.
Customer base is also increasing. While at competitors 7-Eleven, Circle K, and Sheetz, it's shrinking.
People know each other by name. People create this warm environment. That, I think, is somehow the secret sauce.
Chris Geison's king of parasociality. Chris Geison's making you fall in love with the guy, with Roger, that makes your hoagie at 3 p.m.
What creates, if there is a cult-like following.
Up, next person. Come on.
And it starts with its employees.
Ooh, Dan's gonna be whipping up my mac and cheese at 3 a.m.
They own nearly 40% of the company.
When you're an owner, you're just vested a little bit more. There's a higher level of commitment. Our most loyal customers, they're here 3, 4, 5, 10 times a week. You get to know them by name. You get to know their family. You get to know what's happening.
10 times a week? Actually, no, never mind. They go every morning, and then they go 3 times for, like, dinner.
And that connection.
Outside of that, it's like, it doesn't really seem like they're being mistreated.
Flying everywhere, these coconuts. I gotta admit, you gotta keep an eye on it. It is a little bit dangerous. He's just calling out to it. It's being a little bit choosy, a little bit picky, hunting around, finding the right coconut, and then just boom, spinning them around. They come down in short order. They fly everywhere. Again, gotta keep an eye on it. Just crazy though, how high this tree is. And I've got to admit how effective this has been so far. One tree, maybe 6 or 7 coconuts. Yeah, maybe I should keep an eye on this.
And it's really hard to not be impressed by what these guys can do.
It's 2026. It's 2026, chat. Jesus Christ. Give it a rest. Give it a rest. Give it a rest, bro. Come on, man. It's not funny anymore. It's not.
I don't know why. I was expecting them to cook down, I don't know, 15, 20 coconuts in absolutely no time.
But, like, how much are they selling? I know they're turning the coconuts into coconut water and then packaging, selling that. But, like, how much do you think they're making off one coconut? Like, when the monkey rips a coconut off, falls to the ground, is that, like, 20 cents? Like, how much is that worth? Bro, the only other thing I worry about is, like, that motherfucker falling from the tree and dying. Like, obviously it's a smart ape. Like, it's probably not, but...
Pretty impressive how selective these monkeys are and how much you kind of trust them. Like, he'll call out to them, sort of push them to take the coconuts, but as soon as it seems like the monkey is done, like he's saying, this tree has only got unripe coconuts left, he's just going to trust the monkey and not really push the issue. Huh.
Later that day, we run into real working monkeys. They arrive just right.
Wait, those were apprentices. So this one's like seasoned veteran, been working the biz for 10 years. He's got a pension built up.
Riding on motorbikes, pulling up to a roadside pit stop. One of them's on the side of a trike, the other's just hanging onto the back of a motorbike like a school kid in Vietnam, catching a ride home.
Wow, and they just hang out with humans. Do you think they perceive the humans as different from themselves? I always wonder that about, like, apes. Like, if you lived with a bunch of gorillas, would they be like, this guy's weird? Or would they see you as one of them? Like, obviously, like, a cat would see you as different. But, like, if you're, like, a lot of apes are very similar to humans. Would they just be like, that's a big human? And he's kind of pale.
Up there is a monkey gathering coconuts. It's been going on for more than 400 years. God.
They've been doing this shit since the 1600s. Who was the first motherfucker to try and teach a monkey to grab a coconut? Wow.
It's just shredding through that tree in absolute seconds.
You think he's
I will say this is the most impressive thing that I've seen in 2026.
very gentle while he's doing that? He's just like moving his hands like that. Not even
We are only 9 days in.
shouting or anything.
Right, the monkey just doing what it does.
Yeah. He said like the monkeys already know what to do, but he also like help to guide a little bit too. So
Like this seems to be far more working monkeys than the ones that we saw getting trained up. They don't have to sort of yell at them that much. They
Andrew
just,
Fraser gets knocked out by falling coconut. Wow, these monkeys really are very fascinating. Oh! Just fucking one bonks him right on the head. Unripe, too. Just a hard green coconut. It's gotta be, in the 400 years of them doing this, there has to be a colorblind monkey that really sucks at this and just fails out of the coconut school.
And these two are big adult males. They make the apprentice monkeys look like they're on training wheels. They're huge, strong, and they just blitz through trees.
Oh, these are like they're not even adults. These are like teenage monkeys.
Strong, and they just blitz through trees.
can you ask him if he's ever been hit by a coconut?
yeah, sometimes. Or just sometimes when they hit the tree and then like, you know, just hit him too sometimes. But that is it. Like you have to be very cautious. You have to fall.
Would that shit kill you? I know people die from falling coconuts every year, but like if that monkey threw the coconut and it like hit you in the head, would you just die on the spot? I feel like you wouldn't die. Even if it's like 50 feet. I mean, how heavy is the coconut?
We're told pretty bluntly that the meaner the monkey, the better they are for harvesting. And honestly,
what?
I can see why. These guys move at an absurd pace. You're filming below, and it's just non-stop thud of coconuts hitting around you.
Like his monkey.
I don't know. I wonder, like, do you think they find it fun?
They are very well trained, right? So one monkey can harvest about 1,000 coconuts a day.
1,000 a day? Nah, they're making this motherfucker work a 9 to 5. 1,000 a day. I mean, a tree probably has like 30 or like at least 10. So they're doing like 100 trees. That probably doesn't take them 8 hours if they're quick.
It is wild. They don't even really seem to come down. They just jump from tree to tree. They do kind of just take breaks up there every now and then, think about which one they want to knock down. But
yeah, hit a fire. They just start jerking off. Just a quick smoke break up at the top. Bro, they do that. Have you ever seen the videos? Bro, no, monkeys do that shit. I swear to God. Dude, okay, don't look it up. But you know he's up there, bro. Guy's like, come on, man. You haven't fucking it. Oh, why is it raining?
And as we drive around the area, we run into harvester after harvester. These little Honda bikes with a sidecar for coconuts. And you pull up and you see the monkeys just hanging out in the trees and collecting the coconuts.
So again, guys, similar kind of setup. A couple of these trikes. Big boy monkeys, males. Mainly, apparently females and males can do this job, but the males seem to be the choice selection. They're rocking.
Holy fuck! That one of them grabbed that many in that amount of time? Dude, that's like 100.
Until midday, it is getting hot right now, so I bet they're about to take a break and just look at all those coconuts. Like that is thousands of coconuts these guys have cleared out.
All right, I don't know about thousands, Andrew. I think we might need to take a class on counting. I'd go maybe 120.
There's monkeys working all around this area, and it does seem to be a pretty much thriving community of them.
Oh la la.
Every time it's a big adult male.
Yo, that one does look bulky as fuck, you know what I mean? He's kind of like that hippo from Madagascar.
Oh, he's a big one, huh?
I feel like he'd walk out some hardcore. Oh, God, their buttholes are always just out, bro. Damn. Why are you staring? I don't know. It's the entire backside of the monkey, bro. Now you're making me rewind to go look at its butthole, dude. What the fuck? Yo, like that shit. Stop. I'm moving forward.
These coconut trees is like about 100 years old plus.
Wow.
Because
They're
this
that
area
old?
is like, it's not modern farming. So you can see that it's not like in the same line, just like other provinces that we drove past, right? So you can see like, this is not very well organized because it's like nature.
Right.
In the West, we have a long tradition of working animals. Herding dogs, cattle dogs, horses pulling loads and racing, falcons used for hunting. And we don't see those really as shocking. We see it as kind of normal, charming even, as tradition.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it really is like the same. It is the same thing.
And we don't see those really as shocking. We see it as kind of normal, charming even, as tradition. And the difference seems pretty simple. Dogs are working animals to us. Monkeys in our minds are supposed to be wild, supposed to belong in the jungle. But here in
Yeah, because we've never lived around them, but if you're around them all the time, you'd be like, oh, that's normal.
southern Thailand, that distinction doesn't really exist. For generations, people have raised monkeys to work alongside them. This practice goes back well over 100 years. And today, by law...
Holy fuck! Talk about a Fast and Furious jump. I mean, he was confident in that.
This
Wow!
practice goes back well over 100
I would not have done that.
years.
Holy shit, dude. That was like a... What if that shit snapped?
And today, by law, the monkeys are bred in captivity. They're raised from young, treated like family. One handler told me his monkey sleeps in his house with him. They don't describe this as labor, but as skill. Something to be respected, to take pride in. They even compete to see whose monkey is the best.
How long has he done?
No fucking way. They have dude, this is just like a dog competition. Like where you have dogs just like see how far they can jump into a pool. Or like they go through those obstacle courses.
Guys, I've got to admit, I sort of came here thinking that I would come away with a very, very negative perception of this. And it hasn't been the case at all. Like, when you talk to these guys, they insist that they treat these things like they're their babies. They sleep with them, they're not kept in cages, they're out there in the coconuts. And,
I don't know, man. It really ruined the dynamic if I walked into my monkey jerking off. I think that would be an immediate vibe killer. It's like when your dog humps you. It's just like, ugh, no, no. Dude, that's a top 5. That's got to be like a top 5, top 3 most awkward thing everybody experiences is going over one of your friend's house and they have a male dog that just starts fucking humping your leg, dude. That shit, and you're like trying to walk away and it just fucking grabs onto you, dude. It's like a wrestler just fucking hunkering down on your leg, man. It sucks. And you're just sitting there like, ugh, no, I ain't doing that shit, bro. I'm gonna scream at that dog. If a dog starts humping me, I'm going, no, no.
seems like a pretty symbiotic relationship between the handlers, the monkeys. It's been a tradition.
Joe's dealt with a hard banana. Yeah, then they get a red rocket. Oh, God, dude, that shit's fucking disgusting.
Here for up to 400 years. It provides livelihoods for the locals. I think there's something kind of compelling about it. And when you read online, you hear the negative sides of these stories. You're told that these monkeys are ripped away from their mothers as babies so that they're easier to train. People are uncomfortable with a wild animal being used for sort of labor. And I can't verify, a lot of the monkeys here supposedly are now bred in captivity.
I think that's the distinguishing factor, is if this has been like, if they're taking them from the wild and training them, that's different than if they've been bred for 300-400 years to be monkeys that work like and live side by side with humans. You know?
It's not really an expected thing in training. It happens because of culture.
I'm gonna have a chat. We're never gonna know. This is gonna be like a Schrodinger's cat. Is there any liquid in that coffee cup? Is there any liquid in that coffee cup? Or is he just holding that? Like for the video. It's a prop. That's what I'm thinking. I don't know. Let's analyze his hand movement. I feel like
It's not really an expected thing in training. It happens because of culture.
No, it looks like it's got some weight to it.
Tell her I said hi too.
I will. Thanks.
Tell her get better soon.
Never had that happen. Never had that happen at a Wawa. Maybe it's because I don't open up to them. They always try to talk to me and I just ignore them. I don't ignore them, but if I go to a Wawa, they'll be like, "How's your day?" I'll be like, "Good." One word answer. Good. How about you? Awesome. Thanks, man. Have a good day. You too. Bye. I don't know, man. I don't want to fucking talk, bro, because I'm not trying to have a fuck-ass conversation, man. I'm just trying to leave. You know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to get in, get out, get the food. They're nice. I'm not upset. I'm not rude to them, chat. I'm just like, I'm not going to continue the conversation. What about the community? Damn, maybe Roger's been thinking about my well-being so much. Fuck, dude. Maybe Roger's been thinking about me too much. Thinking about him right now, wearing that black Wawa hat. Probably in an apron right now, cooking up a hoagie. Maybe panini pressing something. You think he's thinking about me? I'm thinking about him.
Wawa began as an iron foundry in New Jersey in 1803, before shifting to a dairy business in Pennsylvania nearly a century later. As home delivery declined, the
Wawa started as a dairy business?
company pivoted again, opening the first Wawa food market in the 1960s.
When you think of convenience stores, of the 154,000 about in the United States, many were born out of major oil companies. Some were born out of the dairy heritage. It just gave us, I think, a little bit of a leg up on food to begin with.
In the following decades, Wawa grew slowly in its home market.
This has soured my opinion of Wawa. This has soured my opinion slightly, very fractionally. It's starting out as Big Milk. I still love Wawa because they don't push the milk on you. That would annoy me. If they pushed the milk on me, I would be annoyed. But they don't do that. You know, I'll get a milkshake at Wawa here and there, but they're not like, they don't got like no big milk sign or being like, buy Wawa milk. They do sell milk at Wawa though.
To Philadelphia,
their unbranded milk.
In South Jersey, and built a significant presence across 3 other East Coast states, plus Washington, D.C.
They got way more stores than this. They're not just in these states.
It doubled down on convenience.
Oh, or is this just like where they spread initially?
Becoming a 24/7 operation in the 70s, at a time when most retailers closed early, and offering surcharge-free ATMs, free air for tires.
Always hit up a Wawa ATM before I go gambling. Always.
And finally, fuel in the 90s. It debuted in Florida in 2012. As of 2024,
no surcharge ATM? No $6 charge?
State holds more Wawas than any other.
Wawa has become synonymous with Florida, heading out to the Midwest. We had a lot of research, we knew the customers, we'd done all the homework, and the lines around those stores and the opening excitement was palpable. And those stores have performed almost as well as core market stores coming out of the gate.
But the convenience store business is getting more competitive as the industry has consolidated.
I mean, it's the same thing as like Bucky. I think Bucky's is bigger. Bucky's is definitely bigger, right? Bro, motherfuckers wear Bucky's shirts. Nobody wears Wawa shirts. Like, I'm not wearing Wawa fits. But, like, dude, I'll see somebody in public wearing, like, a big-ass Bucky's logo. We wear Wawa fits. I never have. I do, Joe. Where are you getting a Wawa shirt?
2022, Wawa has been focused on an aggressive expansion plan.
And is it Wawa because that's the sound a goose makes? I think. Well, wah, wah. I think, right? I think it's Wawa. Why is it called Wawa? Wah, 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 wah. How does a goose sound? Wawa is named after the town of Wawa, Pennsylvania, where its first dairy farm and corporate headquarters were located. The town name comes from the Ojibwe Native American word for the Canadian goose. Okay, so it is after the goose, but it's after the town.
Without mergers or acquisitions, growing from 6 to 12 states. And its annual revenue rose by $4 billion in that time frame. Store count has grown more
Are you reading off Google AI? Yes.
than 50% over the past decade. The goal is 1,700 locations by 2030.
Doing that gives us the best chance of success long term. It's a little more challenging. Sure, M&A might open more doors and more growth for us, But it's never been for us to be the biggest. It's trying to be the best.
As opposed to other competitors like
Great PR response, Chris.
Casey's, which focuses on rural America.
Great PR response, Mr. Geisens.
Wawa is in urban areas.
I love that.
The company serves nearly 1 billion customers per year.
It's not about being the biggest. It's about being friendly with you guys. It's not about being the biggest. It's about, touching the hearts of the people that we serve. Like Roger, how he makes your pan press panini so well. You should go see Roger right now.
Customer traffic growth of 3%.
Tell him about your day. He definitely cares about your day.
Since 2015. Though Wawa has been methodical about where and when to expand, scaling is still risky. Quality and customer service must be maintained, or the company risks damaging its reputation.
Anytime a company starts to expand,
They got those dogs, bro. Wawa ain't got them, dude. They're just sweating. That's how Wawa don't got the rollers. They make the dogs. They got like a mini fridge heater, and they put them in there, and you take it out, and the bun's just fucking ripping hot, just sweating, just in the container, just waiting for somebody to come eat it.
far outside of its region in this industry, there is going to be that challenge of how do I maintain the customer experience that I'm known for.
Yo, are these guys' headphones like made out of copper wire? What's going on here?
With Wawa's heavy emphasis on fresh food, maintaining a strong supply chain is imperative. Even so, the company must rely on third-party suppliers to deliver product, which poses operational vulnerabilities. Competitor Casey's, on the other hand, has full control over its supply chain as it owns and operates both distribution centers and a transportation fleet. Competition is tight. Convenience stores are challenged by other convenience stores, fast food chains, and now grocery stores that offer pickup and delivery, undermining the convenience factor. As Wawa expands into—
Yo, Aldi is the worst grocery store in the fucking world, and I'm gonna stand on that fucking take. Every Aldi I've ever been to has like 9 items. You pull up, bro, and they are— if you have a grocery list of 30 things, they'll have 20 of them. And like, I want to one-stop shop, brother. One-stop shop. Maybe it's the Aldis that I pulled up to, but every Aldi I go to, bro, like you can see over the aisles. It's just fucking dog shit.
It will come up against those regions' own local convenience store favorites, like United Dairy Farmers in Indiana, Twice Daily in Tennessee, and Travel Center Buc-ee's in the South.
They're going to bump up against some people who've really locked
What do they sell at Buc-ee's? Is Buc-ee's like a Costco? Like, what is a Buc-ee's?
People who've really locked down certain regions.
Everything. So they're like a Walmart.
And cut their teeth and sort of made a name for themselves, innovating on their own terms. And I don't know if anyone knows how this is going to shake out, to be quite honest.
The company has also had a few misses, like its—
They don't do wholesale.
pizza in 2023, which is still getting negative reviews. Or the—
I'm not a big fan of their pizza, I gotta say. I don't really get a Wawa pizza. I do get a Wawa pizza when I have enough points saved up to get a Wawa pizza for free.
drive-through concept it piloted in 2020. Those stores didn't offer customization, and you couldn't go inside. Wawa is still figuring out how to adapt the system.
If we don't have misses, we're not trying hard enough, and we do, certainly. So in the last few years, we launched a drive-through only store concept. We've tried 3 of them. They have come and mostly all gone, but from a great failure, you learn. So now with our—
Yeah, I don't know. I think the idea of a drive-through Wawa is kind of dumb. Just because there's too many options that you could order on screen that it's more inefficient than if you just walked into the store.
Our mobile app, we've given customers the ability to order whatever they want.
Oh, somebody redeemed Scream?
High inflation poses a major risk. Between 2019 and 2025, Wawa raised prices by about 22%, aligning with most competitors. And as Americans respond by pulling back spending, value meals have made a comeback, including at convenience stores.
You have to confront a company that has a well-oiled model that's been pressure tested in aggressive, tough markets, and they're going to come in and build state-of-the-art, new-to-industry stores, have all the modern amenities, and then on top of that, they're going to go in and hire really great employees, and they're going to pay them fairly. And yeah, that's a tough model to compete against.
We have to pay attention to McDonald's for sure, and we want to deliver more value.
I have heard that Wawa pays people well, but it's also a pretty grueling job if you're working like the night shift and you're just cranking out or like the morning and you're cranking out sandwiches.
better quality at a better price. And you can have even better service. That's been the formula for us to take share, to win share, and will continue to be. We have a broader set of menu, and it allows us to innovate in ways with different products that maybe a QSR quite can't.
Yeah, I feel like it just feels like you're going to like a fast casual restaurant more than anything. That's why Wawa does well. It's because it's not like 7-Eleven where everything's like pre-made. Like they make it in front of you, which is nice. It's kind of like you're at like a deli. All right, next video. I gotta piss real quick. Piracy is the logical solution.
If buying isn't owning, then piracy isn't stealing, which is why piracy is no longer seen as digital theft reserved for risk takers and your plug who knew a sketchy website. Now it's easier.
No, actually though, 2025, pirating like a show, movie, or professional sports match is so normal. Like to go on a weird website and just watch it, like effectively illegally. You remember the old DVDs that you would put in, like DVD player VHS tapes, even for people that are like older than me. And it would say before the movie started, it would be like FBI warning. Piracy is a crime that could be fined up to blank and blank with this amount of years in prison. This is like a serious, because like people would go to movie theaters and like film movies and then upload them. And the rips were terrible. And people would watch that. Now, people just rip a show straight off of a fucking streaming service and just upload it onto a sketchy website. And people will just watch that. Like, it's crazy how normal it is now, I guess. Do they even crack down on that? Like, is piracy something that people get actually charged with anymore? I feel like, yeah, but not, maybe not as much. Because it's hard to track, and there's so many people that do it.
And more convenient than ever. TV, movies, sports, live events.
Like, it sucks to say. I mean, it not sucks, but one in the chat if you've pirated something. I'm not advocating for this, but like, whether it be a UFC fight, a Jake Paul fight, yeah, most people. Because I think the term pirating isn't what it used to be. The term pirating now is like, I went on a website to watch a fucking UFC fight for free. I went on this instead, like, most of the time, that's what people are probably meaning when they say pirating. It used to be like, yeah, I bought a rip off a guy who was illegally recording in a movie theater.
Whatever you want for free. It's become so normalized that piracy sites are getting more yearly visits than every streaming service combined. But this makes sense when you consider that every facet of the entertainment industry has been destroyed by corporations. Even if you're not a sports fan, you will relate to this struggle because
how every day the sport you want to watch is on a different platform because the one company didn't buy everything. It's like now the NBA or like the MLB, it's like, okay, well, it's on this one day and this another day and then this another day. Oh my God, it's such a fucking pain in the ass. That, and then it's like Netflix used to be, bro, anybody remember 2017 Netflix? My God, that was peak. Because you would fucking load that bitch up. It had so many shows and movies. It was like the only thing. Now you didn't have to use fucking on-demand. You didn't have to pay for a show. It was awesome. And then it was like, oh, HBO Max or Hulu's out. It'd be like, oh, that's kind of cool. They have even more stuff. And then it got to a point where like there's 9 streaming services that constantly battle for different shows. So it's like you can't own one to watch what you want now. Now you have to own 5. Because you have one show on each network that you want to watch, and they're purposefully pulling from other people because they're trying to get customers to transfer over. It's so stupid.
You need to see how insanely difficult it is just to watch a basketball game. I live in Oklahoma City, and I really wanted to follow the Thunder and the entire Western Conference.
Every single basketball day is probably on a different network. There's a network that probably owns like Monday, Thursday, and then there's ones that own like Thursday or weekends. I don't know basketball days generally, but like it's absurd the lengths you have to go to watch professional sports now.
I bought NBA League Pass for $110 for the season. Silly me for thinking that one streaming service would have every game.
No, that only has 3 days a week probably. $110.
Pass only lets you watch games that are out of market, which meant I couldn't actually watch the Thunder games because I live in Oklahoma City and those rights belong to the FanDuel Sports Network. And if the game was nationally televised, that was exclusively broadcast on ESPN or TNT, which meant I needed a cable package or another app like Hulu Live or Sling.
No. I will stand by, though, cable TV is dog shit. Bro, they try to loop that shit in whenever if you get a TV, you get a Wi-Fi package, they're like, yo, you wanna loop in cable? It's only like fucking $200 a month. No. Because who the fuck watches cable anymore? Outside of 4 sports, no one watches cable. Who the fuck's like, yeah, I'm going to go see what's on A&E right now. Oh, The Sopranos is on at 9 in the morning. What?
To catch the games literally happening in my city. As of right now, if you want to guarantee that you will be able to watch all of
old people, yeah. Somebody said my grandparents. Yeah. Old people. No, I feel like more and more, there's probably stats on that. I would say the average Gen Z person does not own cable.
the NBA games in the US when they are actually happening live, you need to have ESPN, which requires you to have Hulu plus Live TV or YouTube TV or Sling Orange TV or with an upgraded cable package. Then you need Peacock, which is $11 per month. Then you need Prime Video, which is $9 per month, and ABC, which would come with your basic local cable subscription. The cheapest way to get
Bro, it's like that's just to watch one basketball game. I think like pay-per-view, it's a little bit different. So it's like maybe not as annoying because there is paywalls. But I remember I was trying to watch a UFC fight with my friends, and he had ESPN Plus, and that let us, he had to sign into that, and that let us watch the like the undercard, like not the main card. But then when it got to the main card, you had to pay for that, but he already pays for ESPN Plus. So then he's paying for a subscription and then having to pay on top of that to watch the main card and not the prelims.
Guarantee every game would be $66 in subscriptions and whatever your basic cable costs these days, which is on average about $25. So roughly $91.
Bro, what's fucked to say is, it's bringing people together maybe, but I feel like more people go to restaurants and bars to watch games now. Like if I really want to watch a game, like I feel like I might go somewhere. Yeah, because they'll just have it.
Per month just to watch basketball the cheapest. Now, me personally, I would never pirate anything. That is behavior I absolutely condemn. But I'm not surprised anyone who would do it when all you got to do is go to one of the many widely available.
Is it the same for like football? Like for not the NFL, like the UK or like European, like football? Like, do they have, like, is it, for my European viewers, is it as bad to watch, like, a Liverpool game or something? Like, if you want to, yes. So they just have shit on different, it's all on different networks, on different fucking platforms. That's so annoying. It's worse. How's it worse? Because they play a lot of games.
Free websites, click the extremely clean and clear interface that says the exact game or event you are looking for and just watch it for free. But
yeah, then you go on Streamies and you're like, oh, I'm watching the game. Dick and balls on in frame. Oh, wait, no, it just tabbed me out of the Streamies. Oh, no, there's somebody having sex on the right side of my screen right now.
Honestly, we should have seen this terrible streaming climate coming from a mile away, because as they say, nothing.
Oh shit, dude, there's a hot MILF that's only 3 miles away. You're mid-game, you're like, oh fuck, what's that?
Nothing good lasts forever. And to understand why piracy is so rampant today, we have to understand this detailed list of problems that piracy solves. Netflix used to be
falling for that. Can I say that? Who is falling for that? The fucking, Jessica's waiting for you 6.3 miles away. It's got to be like old men. Like old men are like, oh, really? They click on it.
$8 per month, and it had a deep, deep catalog of some of the most popular shows ever made.
Oh my God. Yes. When Netflix had The Office was when streaming services was peak.
Office, Friends, Breaking Bad, Dexter, Family Guy, American Horror Story, Pretty Little Liars, Law and Order, and even some Disney and Pixar.
Wow, Netflix had all those at the same time. Now they have some boof ass fucking 20% Rotten Tomatoes films.
Titles. They had the Harry Potter films, they had Star Wars, they had classic movies like Shawshank Redemption, The Godfather, The Dark Knight. They even had Marvel titles before Disney Plus launched. It felt limitless, like the entire entertainment industry was in one app for the price of a fast food meal.
Kipatowski.
Today, $8.99 gets you 9,000 shows you will never watch, and that's with ads. And if you don't want ads, no problem. That's $25 a month. Plus, every studio with a morsel of value.
You gotta bring. Oh, I brought Flint and Steel as my item. Oh, that's awesome.
These old shows are still dominating streaming services today. In 2022,
And then, dude, the one episode of Naked and Afraid that I fucking loved, that it will always stay in my mind. It was they were in like the jungle somewhere. I don't know what country they were in, because they always make you go into a different place. There was this man and a woman. And like 3 days in, he's like, I don't need to boil the water. This is fresh running water. He fucking drinks right out of it, and he's like, flash cut 10 minutes. He's laying in like their shelter like this. He contracted some fucking virus in the water. He had to get airlifted out. He lived. I would not be joking about it if he died. He got airlifted out, and then it like flashed back, and she was like, I told him not to drink that water. She was like, I told him not to. There was amoebas in that shit.
Seinfeld racked up 19.3 billion viewing minutes on Netflix, making it the 10th most watched show of that year. Compare that to one of their most popular originals, Wednesday, which was everywhere in 2022. Viral on TikTok, Jenna Ortega was launched into A-list fame. It was damn near a monoculture moment, yet it still drew fewer minutes than Seinfeld, a 30-year-old sitcom. Shows like The Umbrella Academy and The Rings of Power pulled in about half the audience of Seinfeld.
No, but it's like, I feel, I know on cable TV, there was a lot of shows that you didn't watch, but because it was like prime time slots, whenever you tuned in, you would recognize the names of the shows, even if you didn't watch them. Now, when you scroll on any streaming service library, not just Netflix, I feel like 1 in 10 shows you recognize, the other ones just look like all duplicates of themselves. In like medieval times or like the 1900s, it's always like a man just like on Acorn TV, some guy just like fixing his tie. The cut or the thumbnail of the show. The Griswold. And he'll be just standing like this, and it's like, they have 15 seasons of that show. Who the fuck is watching that?
Cable forced networks to compete for your attention in a way.
Somebody is. I feel like I would love if they released the watching. Do they do that anymore or no? I feel like there was a time where they had to, or for some reason. I wish Netflix would release stats on like how well or not well shows performed. Because I guarantee you there are probably like 10 to 20 shows on Netflix that actually get hundreds of views. Like, that's it.
That streaming doesn't. And to take that one step further, today
full flops.
Shows and movies are literally designed knowing that people are not all the way paying attention to them. Netflix has leaned into what's called the second screen era, where they assume that most viewers are watching TV while scrolling their phones, cooking, or doing laundry. Hollywood writer, director, and producer Justine Bateman said, I've heard from showrunners who are given notes from the streamers that this isn't second screen enough, which begs the question, why would someone give all of their attention to something that is only designed to be consumed with half of their attention? According to reports, Netflix execs are urging screenwriters to have characters announce their actions out loud so that viewers can follow along.
I am going on a run now. I really think I just shot you.
Without looking at the screen. For example, we spent a day together. Lohan.
Oh my God, why did you just shoot me? You look up from your phone, you're like, oh damn. There's a burger in Vegas.
Tells her lover James in Irish Wish, I admit it was a beautiful day filled with dramatic vistas and romantic rain, but that doesn't give you the right to question my life choices. Tomorrow, I'm marrying Paul Kennedy. Fine, he responds. That will be the last you see of me because after this job is over, I'm off to Bolivia to photograph an endangered tree lizard.
so hyper specific. They had to say that, so when it flashes forward and he's in Bolivia, they're like, oh, it's because he has to photograph an endangered tree lizard. Instead of being like, oh, I don't remember why he's in Bolivia.
Over-explaining feels completely unnatural, and real people don't talk like this. It makes what should feel cinematic like a boring audiobook. And look, I'm all for casual viewing. I know a ton of my audience casually watches my videos while doing other things. But also, I
cannot do that. I will not put on a YouTube video if I'm not locked in on it. That's personally me. I'll throw on, like, if I want to not lock into something, on a YouTube video, I'll throw on like an hour-long cabin survival video. You're a second screen? Oh, I know I'm a second screen. 57% of my YouTube views come from TV. You think I don't know? I'm a big second screen slop kind of guy. For my audience, at least. Half of the people watching me are half paying attention. They have the stats on that. The lowest percentage I actually think is phones. Nobody watches me on the phone. I gotta look. Maybe on the gaming channel. On my main channel, I'm gonna look right now. On my main channel, if I go to audience, 20% are new viewers in the last 30 days. 20% new viewers, 39% casual, 38% regular. If I go to device type, 82% male, 15% female. 39% of my audience is between 25 and 34. That's the highest range. Device type, 55% TV, 27% mobile, 13.8% computer, and 4.2% tablet. So most people watch me on TV, phone, then computer. Also, 1% of my audience is from Sweden. Fucking shout out to the Swedish people that watch me. Never thought I'd have 1% of my audience be from Sweden. It's US, UK, Canada, Australia. Makes perfect sense. Then Sweden. I'm like, whoa. Shout out to the Swedish viewers. Then it's Germany, Ireland, Netherlands, Philippines, South Africa, New Zealand, Norway, Denmark, Poland, Finland, Belgium, Romania. 0.2% of my audience is from India.
low-budget YouTube videos that are free to watch, not multi-million-dollar films behind a paywall. I don't know about you, but when I watch a movie, I like to pay attention. By training viewers to expect—
Yeah, movies, you gotta pay attention. I think it's shows. Well, I don't know. I would say a lot of people put on shows as second screen TV. Would you guys say you put on movies as second screen TV? I would say if I'm watching a movie, I'm watching a movie. I'm locked in on a film. But a TV show I might tune in, tune out.
Content that doesn't demand their full attention, Netflix is creating an audience that's even less likely to pay attention. And the less they pay attention, the less they care about quality. And as long as they feel just entertained enough, means they likely won't cancel their subscription. It's almost like they are conditioning the perfect audience who will barely pay attention to their content or their—
I watch Dexter as second screen. Yeah, you could watch some episodes of Dexter second screen. If it's like Deb being like, "You don't care about me, Dex? I have a lot of beer in the fridge, Dex." But then if it's Dexter actively fucking murdering somebody, you gotta lock in. Yeah, when Deb gets into an emotional scene, tune into TikTok. I just don't like her acting, man. They make her annoying on purpose, and she does the role very well. But it's like, oh my god. You know how it's the same thing with like Skylar White. You know how like they make Skylar White purposefully annoying? Like, it's like that. She does really well, but it's like, fuck, man. Like, I hate the character. She is having some character growth in Dexter currently, though. I'm starting to like Deb a little bit more. I can't say why, because that would be spoilers.
In the cable era, a show needed to be excellent to survive. Well, not forever, actually. This started to die in the 2000s. Once cable became the dominant form of television in America, the few companies at the top could now take advantage of their market dominance. Cable prices climbed 40% in just 6 years, jumping from about $34 in 2000 to $47 in 2006. Meanwhile, inflation only rose 14.3% in that same period. Cable companies such as Comcast, Spectrum, Dish, DirecTV, and Cox started bundling networks into giant packages with
Cox?
Hundreds, sometimes thousands of channels. If you wanted to watch ESPN, you were forced to also buy Lifetime, QVC, the Golf Channel, MTV3, and whatever else they decided to shove into the bundle. You weren't allowed to just pick the 5 or 6 channels that you actually watched. And now, streaming companies are doing a similar tactic. They flood their platforms with new shows.
Yeah, bro, I remember we had cable TV, and we got some like free bundle when I was younger, and we had 2,000 channels. And you only watch channels like 1 through 100. So I was like, what the fuck is on the rest of these channels? You go to channel like 1,732. Just some random shit going on.
Movies you will never watch because adding volume creates the illusion of value, justifying their increasing price. Netflix alone released 589 new Netflix originals in 2024, just slightly over its 2023 total of
589 Netflix originals, like 589 shows or 589 individual like episodes? Netflix did not release almost 600 new shows or things.
68. There can't possibly be nearly 600 new shows and movies worth watching every year, but it's all part of the bigger plan. Every year, Netflix originals slowly take up more of their catalog, and then they license less. In 2022, over 50.
Yeah, and it's like Netflix originals can be pretty fire too, but most Netflix originals you're not watching. Like, you've heard, you know Stranger Things, you know Squid Games, but it's like, you don't know fucking some random sitcom they have casted.
80% of their catalog was originals. Now, some of these originals are good. Ozark, Queen's Gambit, Beef are just a few off the top of my head, but the rest are mostly filler. They are watering down their product to...
The Good Place is a Netflix original, and BoJack Horseman, and Big Mouth. They didn't start as originals.
Save money instead of purchasing valuable shows, because licensing the movies and TV shows you actually want to watch cost a fortune. In 2019, Netflix lost both Friends and The Office, two classic, reliable sitcoms that were some of the most watched shows on their platform, after Warner Media and NBC pulled the rights for their own services. To fill that gap, Netflix struck a massive deal to acquire Seinfeld, reportedly paying over $500 million for global streaming rights, and that's only for 5 years. So they would have to spend another fortune to keep the show. And this is the cycle we're stuck in now. Streamers don't want to pay billions to keep the classics that people actually want to watch, so they crank out repetitive, boring, low-budget originals that are literally designed for you to halfway pay attention to. Then they slowly raise the monthly price because look at all this new, fresh original.
Why is Hulu the most expensive? Hulu does have a lot of good stuff, I think. But I feel like, is that because it's Hulu without Hulu without ads? It's not ad free. This is not ad free. Oh yeah, no. Oh, you mean I'm saying this is not with ads. This is ad free. Apple TV is only $10. They don't have a lot.
Original content we're giving you, and users have been conditioned to only watch casually anyways, so they barely notice the dip in quality. Plus, that's only one streaming service. Every company with a little bit of valuable IP started their own app, and they're doing the same exact system. So now if you want a library of great shows and movies, you need to subscribe to multiple services. The average household actively uses around 4 streaming apps, and 8% even access 10 or more. That equals about $69 per month, which is just about the same price that cable was in the early 2010s when everyone jumped to streaming. Piracy is the solution to all of these problems. Piracy reached a low in 2020 with 130 billion website visits, which by the way is still a ton, but by
do you think they're gonna crack down on piracy?
2024, that number had risen to 216 billion, and it's actually incredibly simple as to why. Gabe Newell, the founder of the online video game marketplace Steam, summarized this perfectly nearly a decade ago. We think there is a fundamental misconception about piracy. Piracy is almost always...
Authorities can prove specific permits or quota
Or
violations.
just smoking cigarettes in its face.
Or obvious cruelty, it just exists. And I find this a little bit strange, because a little bit further north in the south of Thailand, there is a monkey trade that's getting a ton of international pressure.
The brand Shako is accused of using monkey labor to pick the coconuts.
And that is getting cracked down on hard. And after checking it out, I find it a little bit more justifiable.
What's more justifiable? The fact that it's getting cracked down on, or the monkey usage to pick coconuts is less immoral?
These monkey schools in southern Thailand, in Surat Thani, run on a straight-up curriculum.
Do you think monkeys are sentient? I think all animals are conscious, but not in the same sense that we are. There's levels to it. Like, a chicken is not as conscious as a pig is not as conscious as an ape isn't as conscious as a human. Why? I mean, it's the levels of brain structure and perception that they have. Like, bugs are obviously not as sentient as humans are, but I mean, they're still conscious because they have experience. Like, consciousness is divided into a multitude of things. It's like, you know, memory, the capability to recall information, the ability to communicate, express emotions, and feel emotions, which many animals, basically all animals, are able to do. Feel pain, and, like, a few other things like reason, you know, like humans can reason, or I guess complex understanding of things like dolphins, elephants, whales, where they can mourn. There's like a million categories that determine how sentient something is. Like, yeah, crows and ravens, somebody said in chat, very smart animals. I believe a crow, I don't know which one's smarter, a crow or a raven, but I think one of them has the intelligence of like a 6-year-old, which is like crazy. Border collies are like the intelligence of like 4-year-olds. And it's also divided into a few other things as well. Most people perceive cats as smarter than dogs, but cats are more individual creatures that are more critical thinkers, but less socially aware, right? They have different skills in different areas. You perceive cats as smarter because they're kind of like solo creatures that are capable of, you know, doing things on their own. But dogs, on the other hand, are very good at social understanding and emotional understanding and things that cats can't do.
Oh, hello, Swadika.
Wait, this is like the classes. Oh, so they have 5 classes on how to teach a monkey how to pick a coconut?
5 classes, 10 days each.
They have to fucking be able to determine the difference between a ripe and an unripe coconut and then tie a knot. I can't even do that.
Apparently is all they need.
Oh, hello, Swadika.
At least in the school. From there, they go into this kind of like apprenticeship program of training on actual coconut groves.
We have a good 30, 40 monkeys behind us at this Thai monkey training school. That's where a lot of these kind of like monkeys end up. They're actual working creatures. And here in Thailand, they still have, as you can see, ridiculously tall coconut plantations. They haven't all been swapped out for the sort of
You really think it's cheaper to train a monkey to do it than get like a machine to be able to do it?
dwarf coconut trees you see elsewhere. So monkeys like this, they're
Honestly, maybe. Because the shape of the coconut, if all coconut trees were 25 feet tall and had an angle leaning 20 degrees, you could get a machine to adapt to that. But since they all grow differently and ripen at different times, probably is easier to get a monkey to be able to do it. How would a machine even do that efficiently? That's what I'm saying. Like, certain machines are only able to do certain farming efficiently, right? That's why, like, human farmers still, like, pick blueberries. But, like, you could have a machine do corn and, like, you could, like, you know, flood a bog or whatever it's called for cranberries and shit. Like, there's different methods of farming.
an essential tool in the south of Thailand or in Surat Thani. We're going to see exactly how they're trained up and how they turn into coconut harvesting machines.
He has been doing this since he was 15 years old.
Wow, that's crazy, huh?
He's 57 now. Can you
57?
tell? He looks so young.
How many monkeys do you think you've trained?
He think about 1,000 of monkeys.
1,000 monkeys?
Yeah, about 1,000
Wow,
of
that's
monkeys
crazy.
already.
Okay, so the monkey school setup is kind of, I mean, I don't know what you'd imagine, because you don't know what a monkey school looks like, right? But essentially, a bunch of coconut trees.
Do you think he's training them and then deciding which ones are picking up faster and then having those ones breed to efficiently make a smarter monkey population?
Makes sense. These tires are attached to the bottom of them.
Like he's selectively choosing which ones do better.
Each monkey gets one tire, one coconut tree. That's their hangout, their base, and they're
Oh, they get like a home?
periodically brought into the sort of the class section, the curriculum section of the school. And I've got to admit, that's kind of crazy.
Like, I don't know if I think this is fucked up or not. Like, I've never even heard of this. They get their own home and they have to pick coconuts.
Crazy to me that you can train a monkey in 50 days to do this so
I'm kind of on the fence. That's what I'm saying. I feel like I need to know more.
flawlessly. And trust me, these things will blow your mind. The level of mastery, the smarts of these monkeys are fascinating. Here it goes.
So the first step is to learn spinning. The
Spinning.
coconut to spin. They will do this for 10 days. Another interesting thing is like...
He'll just spin a coconut in front of their face for 10 fucking days until they pick up on that shit. Oh my God. Dude, that monkey's got to be so confused for the first 3 days. Just fucking watching this guy spin a coconut right at his forehead.
They cannot focus for.
No, they have. Yeah, dude, they have low attention spans because they're babies. They need to. Yeah, they need to be able to understand how to detach the coconut from the tree.
A long period of time, right? So he said like only 2 to 5 minutes or less than that.
Oh, they only do this for 5 minutes? Oh, because he's doing this for 10 days, but they only do it in 5-minute intervals, and then he lets him go back and goes and grabs the other one.
That's all.
So it's like these short periods.
It's like Super Monkey Ball.
Periods of training.
Because they cannot focus, they don't want to be trained that long. Yeah, the well-behaved after training, he will sell like 15,000 baht.
15,000 baht for one
15,000
monkey.
baht for one monkey.
All right, guys.
What do you mean he's selling the monkeys to like different like farms?
Second step is now learning to hang on the tree.
The monkeys learn to use 3 limbs to twist while anchoring with the 4th. Then it's just a matter of elevation. Day by day, the coconuts get higher and higher.
That was super quick and super impressive. He jumped right up there, nailed the 2 down. Boom.
I mean, this is impressive to watch.
Let's move on to class number 3.
Selection. The monkeys learn to select just the coconuts that contain water, typically by their color.
He's like ready to roll this one.
Business time.
Oh my God, guys, this guy is like clipping along. That's 2 coconuts down, 3 coconuts down. He is absolutely crushing this. 4 coconuts.
Nah, he's not supposed to spin those ones.
5. Last one.
Class 4 is safety. These monkeys actually learn to untie knots and tangles because at 50 feet up, no
Whoa.
human can climb up to save them.
Whoa.
Wow.
To untie knots and tangles because at 50 feet up, no
Whoa.
human can climb up to save them.
Whoa.
And he knew which part of the loop to climb through to untangle himself. Dude, I feel like humans would struggle with that. Like, I would not know which one to climb through.
Whoa. That is crazy. I've never been so impressed. That was absolutely crazy. 3 different types of tangle that are common, 3 different types of knots.
He's gonna untie that?
Essentially just, you know, standard.
Oh, you're fucking kidding me. You're fucking kidding me. He's gonna untie that. Dude, that is like when your charger cord gets like fucking wrapped around somehow in like 10, or like you're trying to untangle earbuds.
Types of knot, essentially
Like
just,
corded earbuds. He's gonna fucking get through that.
you know, standard. It's
No
looped through itself. He's
way.
gonna loosen it up with his teeth and then climb right through. One that's just doubled over, he just undoes the entire thing with his hands. Whew. Whoa. All right, this guy's not a fan of me, but I am a fan of him. That was
Oh, does he want to attack him?
insanely impressive. All right, guys, we're loading up these monkeys. Very much vehicle trained. You see them hanging onto the side of all kinds of crazy contraptions driving around these areas. So it's time to go harvest some real coconuts.
Class 5. Time to get real. Let's move from the classroom to the...
See, they do get treats and shit. I don't know. Like, it's hard to gauge their happiness. It doesn't seem like they're being mistreated right now. They're just on a leash so they don't run away. But it's like, if they're being rewarded, they seem fine. I know, but it's also like, well, if you took them off the leash, would they run away? And then you could say that's fucked up, right? That they have them. But you could say the same thing about a lot of dogs as well that don't like follow their owners.
Coconut Grove.
What else would they be doing? In the jungle, probably doing the same shit for themselves. I mean, now they just have food provided for them, maybe better medical care, because, like, if they get injured, they'll probably be, like, go to a vet.
All right, guys, we're on our way to the monkey.
They live better than in nature. I think that depends on where they're selling them to. I think that's something that needs to be said, because this is a training facility. I don't know if they're training them and then in-house using them. If they sell them off to a farmer that's now using them in, like, herding them,
Monkey farm is kind of crazy.
that would be animal abuse.
Dogs coming along. 3 monkeys. They look pretty old, pretty well trained. These are obviously some veterans in the coconut trade. And yeah, I know. Just
Yeah, because, like, you would... the argument for it being fucked up is, like, oh, because it's a monkey. But for, like, a border collie, it wouldn't. But border collies are also bred animals from... Like, they didn't exist without humans.
kind of wild just watching them hold on. I guess it makes sense. But let's see how it goes down. Dog seems amped up as well.
They're taken out to
I mean, getting the dog some exercise, but he can't hitch a ride. we're making him run the whole fucking way.
Seems amped up as well.
Does he want to run the whole way through? There's a little space in there. I mean, you can sit in there.
They're taken out to actual coconut fields and they're worked in a 3-monkey rotation. They're not ready yet for the full-blown day's work of a working monkey, but they're getting...
Oh, see, I don't think they should be working like 8-hour shifts. I feel like they should work like an hour, and then they get to do whatever the fuck they want.
real experience in an actual field.
Yeah, I don't know if they should work an 8-hour. Like if you're making the monkey work a 9 to 5, I think that's probably animal abuse. I think that's crazy.
All right, guys, enough of
compensation for that. Yeah, they need a 401k and benefits.
the school, enough of the practice. Bowie, it is time for some actual harvesting, huh?
The 3 apprentices perform surprisingly well. They need constant coaxing.
That's a lot of fucking coconuts, man.
And their attention holds for just 1 or 2 trees before it drifts and they just can't be trained anymore. So that's why they're worked in rotation.
Oh my god, there's a huge tree.
At times though, they're even working in parallel. Just
that's
2
like a 50-foot fucking tree.
Monkeys up there in the trees, one working each tree, harvesting together.
Alright guys, it's crazy how tall this tree is. Like there's no way you'd be climbing up there. I mean, maybe you could if you had a death wish. But this monkey is making kind of short work of it. We are kind of having to call to him every now and then.
We work 9 to 5s though. Yeah, you also get benefits from your employer, and you're a human living in a society that like understands the idea of a 9 to 5.
It is crazy how high these things
You're choosing that.
are.
Like society chose that.
But he's on his like maybe 4th or 5th coconut right now. And yeah. Ooh.
Yeah, the big issue is the monkey's not choosing to do it.
Here it goes.
That's where it's like, that's where people are going to argue whether or not this is abuse.
Yes. Hi, my name is Vicky.
You don't understand the premise of laughter yoga. Hey, my name's Joe. Everybody starts laughing. The fuck's funny?
And I have breast cancer. And I have breast cancer. Very good. Very good. Yay!
The supposed benefits include better...
What? Nah, that isn't real. They like share like issues or trauma in their life and they just laugh at each other.
Cardiovascular health and boosting your immune system. It can even be used as a coping mechanism for stress or anxiety.
Put your hands like this, and we're gonna unzip with a sound. Gonna open it up. Take your brains.
There's somebody in the crowd that's taking it way too serious. They're actually like peeling their skin off their head. They just see it in the back. They start bleeding. Just in the back. You're like, what is that noise?
You see it? And now watch.
This exercise has a very cult-like following. Many who practice it believe
TED Talks have lost the plot. Is this new?
it can cure almost anything.
What the fuck?
That's never good. A lot of people work out to benefit their sex appeal, and alternatively, some people want to incorporate sex into the workout itself. Aerotraverse Fitness mixes erotic hip thrusting with core and pelvic floor training. Classes involve women rolling out on a yoga mat and performing all sorts of
What?
erotic movements.
People are paying for
You
this?
can expect anything from grinding, dry humping, and twerking to be performed in this classroom. It's awesome. The whole purpose is to promote...
Whoa! The following footage is workout tutorials. This is an instructor. There's dry humping.
Holistic sexual wellness and health, which claim to make your sex life better.
Yo, what are
People believe
we
that this specific
doing, bruh? This is more than just a workout, man.
type of
This
exercise
is-
brings them closer to their partners and is spiritually enriching, equating to a healthier body and soul. It is extremely popular in countries like Russia, where content creators post TikToks that gain millions of views. Most of the comments think that the whole thing is weird. However, there are a few that get sucked in. Does anybody want to grind on Mikolov?
Yo, this is surely somewhere where only women instructors exist. If you pull up, yo, I'd be mad. I gotta say that. Like, if you had a significant other that was like, yeah, I'm going to this workout area, I'd be like, what do you do? And they're like, dry hump the ground. And the instructor, I'd be like, really? You're paying for a class. I feel like it's different if it's like the instructor's like at the front of the class doing it and all the people are just like dry humping the mat. But if the instructor's like, nah, let me help you with that. Whoa.
Wait till you hear about sexercise. The main purpose of this workout is allegedly
new pose unlocked. Never seen this before.
To strengthen couple bonding, allegedly. If you can actually sit down and watch a workout video, you'll see that it's basically just borderline with clothes on, Miss Tybo. A lot of exercises involve the woman climbing on top of the man or the woman being lifted in some kind of convoluted way, you know. There's also lots of grinding and even overtly
This is out of Planet Fitness. This is insane.
Sexual positions, but because people are lifting or stretching with clothes on, it's considered exercise. Within the community, they even use sexual terms like quickie to describe quick workouts. Some coaches literally use sex positions as work.
What is the woman gaining from this?
Coaches literally use sex positions as workouts and have people do crunches or stretch while in that position. Everyone who practices exercise claims it's a good way to work out and get close with your partner, but it seems like actually just having sex would be a more effective.
Bringing sexy back, 5th annual Valentine's Day sexercise workshop. You know there's people that are soft pitching an orgy. At the 5th annual sexercise, there's somebody that's like just slow while reading the room. Kind of thinking of doing like we all leave our keys in a bowl of sorts, just to like kind of like hang out. Oh, so a swingers part? No.
Workout for couple.
Well, I mean, like what would you? How would you perceive that?
Bond with each other, unless it's a whole like peacocking thing where it's like let them look. Where's the thrill? When it comes to workout classes, nothing is as cult-like as SoulCycle. SoulCycle is a boutique.
SoulCycle's big. SoulCycle's really big.
Indoor cycling class that was founded in 2006. Was started from humble beginnings, evolved into.
But I think that SoulCycle makes sense in that like they're hard cycling.
An empire ranking in a net worth of over $100 million during their peak in the mid-2010s. The classes themselves aren't just cycling. They're high-intensity workouts that include a variety of dance choreography too. It's absurd. A typical spin class consists of loud music and an instructor that leads the group and motivates you to keep going.
I think my ideal like cycle workout class would be we all get on the bike. It's dead silent. They throw on the highest interval rave music I've ever heard in my life. Like and I'm just it's like go. You have 5 minutes. Whoever gets the furthest gets a coupon. I pay $30, but I could walk away. I'd be like, all right, I'm in. I just rip it. Just the entire, literally just like, oh, I get a $25 Texas Roadhouse gift card if I win.
At SoulCycle,
All right, that's not the vibe I was getting originally.
thing is turned up to 11. There are countless videos showcasing the way SoulCycle throws money into the production of their classes. Some SoulCycle classes look like a full-on concert, with instructors dancing in elaborate costumes on the main stage alongside riders, and others will hire and bring in bands to play during the class. Live at concert. You're at your live music. There are also in-studio raves, where crew members run through the crowds of riders swinging glow sticks. They even provide props like money shooters that spray dollar bills all over the room. In some cases, instructors literally run into the back rooms during performances so crew members can help them quickly change outfits like a NASCAR fucking pit crew, dude. This over-the-top energy may seem cringe to some, but for the riders—
Oh, this is rich people shit. This is like LA, Miami. Yeah, this ain't like regular local, bro. They got a band.
It's therapeutic and it's like a spiritual experience. Former CEO Elizabeth Cutler had once claimed that, quote,
"And the bike is such a metaphor for life."
And there's just rave music. Some instructors will go into passionate motivational speeches during their classes, screaming at the riders that they're strong and they're valued.
Even though life might be kicking us down right now, even though...
Oh, that would piss me off, bro. I understand, like, I think there's a time and the place for, like, a sappy motivational speech. If I'm, like, halfway through the fucking cycling workout and she's like, I know we've been all I'd be like, bro, I'm trying to work out.
Sometimes things get a little religious, with instructors dramatically reading Bible,
like, literally hard cut the rave music off.
Verses to keep people moving.
Full vibe change.
Psalm 118:6 says...
Church SoulCycle? What, I'm gonna fucking receive communion on the fucking bike? What are we doing?
Lord is with me. I will not be afraid.
And on TikTok, people gush about how valuable the classes have been for them, with one comparing the classes to a fucking synagogue.
I just got out of synagogue. It's this small reformed synagogue called SoulCycle West Hollywood, and the rabbi's name is David, and he had the most third eye-opening sermon.
SoulCycle. Writers often admit online that the
SoulCycle changed my life. My vibration. I love how the music's so loud I can sing and scream and let it all go. I also love feeling a part of a community and seeing the same faces every day / week. I think that's not specific to SoulCycle. I think that's just like having a club. It inspires me to keep showing up. Would love to hear how others got involved and how soul has impacted your life. What's your favorite parts of SoulCycle? What difference did it make in your life?
Classes have changed their entire lives for the better, not just through weight loss, but the way that they can scream and sing along with other riders to let go of their problems. They've even claimed that they've chosen SoulCycle over actual therapy.
I'd be better. You're exercising.
I love the Balatra music in the back right now.
You're partying. You're having fun.
This is the best time of my life.
You might even get laid.
I think I might get some pussy. If this sounds incredible to you, I'm sure you're curious about the pricing. Well, the cost of the classes is pretty steep.
Let me guess. Rich people. I doubt it's. Do you think it's monthly or like per session? I'm gonna guess it's like $100 a session. There's probably 4 sessions a month, so you could do individual session or you could sign up for month. I think if it's monthly, it's probably like $250. If you're buying by month.
Single SoulCycle class, which lasts about 45 minutes to an hour, costs about...
Oh, that's a lot shorter than I thought it would be. I thought a session would be like 2 hours. 45-minute class? That's like a very regular gym class.
$42. Well, it's true that the...
Wait, whoa, how much?
Well, it's true that the... which lasts about 45 minutes to an hour, costs about $42. Well, it's true that the...
40... What did he say? $42?
Cost about $42. While it's true that the production of the classes totally captures the hearts and minds of their riders, it's the instructors themselves that keep them coming back for more.
I don't think he said 4,200, chat.
It's not an understatement to say that more instructors at SoulCycle are idolized.
Surely $42. $42 sounds more realistic. It's still very expensive. You're paying $42 for one class.
And treated like celebrities because of the charming and motivational persona.
There's no way it's $4,000 for a class. I'm Googling this. Yeah, $40. $42.
Griffin, one of the most well-known instructors, would sell out in a matter of minutes. She was so sought after by a number of celebrities who exclusively wanted to ride alongside her. Leo? Johnny Depp? People have claimed that Stacy could make the most reserved rider temporarily enter a trance-like state where they work harder than they've ever worked before. And for SoulCycle, their instructors are their biggest moneymakers. Top instructors can be paid up to $400 per class. Stacy, however, made a staggering $800 per class because they were essential for SoulCycle.
That's $800 in 1 hour. Wow.
Cycles of success, master instructors were treated like Hollywood stars. They would act like it too, partying all night and popping Adderall in the morning to push through their classes. This company culture ended up inflating their egos to the point of giving them a huge god complex, similar to many cult leaders. Some admitted that the fame made them feel like they could do anything that they wanted to with no repercussions. And one reporter claimed a male instructor gave her a spin class lap dance by gyrating all over her handlebars of her bike. You like that? While she was uncomfortable about it, their other riders squealed with joy. Eee, you're so lucky. His dick all over it. He's like, Mike's, the magic mic's on. Others would openly fat shame and use homophobic and racist slurs. And in one case, a master instructor referred to a black woman as Aunt Jemima.
Ooh.
Yikes. One staff member was tasked with giving their star instructor, Lori Zuckerman, a fruit salad only consisting of berries. When Lori found a single kiwi sitting at the bottom, he threw it across the room and shouted, "Whoever got this needs to be fired!"
Wow. That's like movie-esque ego. Like, I didn't think there's people that would do one kiwi in a bowl of berries. Like, it'd be different if you were, like, deathly allergic. You got a kiwi piece in your berry bowl, and you fucking break the glass, throw all the food on the ground.
In many cases, they would get drinks with and even sleep with their riders, something that the riders would brag about to the other riders in class. Yeah.
Shut up.
Who put this kiwi in here? SoulCycle riders long to be close to their favorite instructor, fighting over the height.
Dude, it's just mini parasociality. That's all it is. It's like the same shit as like Twitch streaming or fucking like K-pop or whatever, dude. It's just like they feel like a part of a community and the instructor's like a goal they could obtain.
Highly sought after and coveted front row. It introduces a type of cycling hierarchy where the most hard work.
Oh, that's so fucking weird. So if you're the closer you are to the instructor, the better you are as like an individual in this class. Like if you're back right to the class, you suck.
Working people are granted the ability to help lead the rhythm of the class. People will come to class extra early just to be the first ones to charge towards the front row bikes. For them,
damn, do you think they run there like it's Black Friday?
And their hard work praised by their instructor is everything to them. The most passionate ones even purchase $55 front row tanks from their merch store. Awesome. It's been said that instructors purposely keep the most attractive riders in the front row, often taking less desirable riders.
So what do they tell them? Hey, I see you're sitting next to my bike. I am the instructor today. You know, I've seen you in the class before, usually in the back left or right row, kind of where it's darker. You know, you can't really make out any faces over there. And, you know, I could kind of tell by your silhouette that you were, how do I put this? Slightly repulsive. Seeing you in the sunlight here, you're kind of looking more like a vampire. Could you maybe go back over there?
Riders will switch spots.
Could you maybe not cycle near us, or
that's to achieve this. You love the energy. Let's put you in the back. Love that smile. You're awesome. Let's move you up. The need for a front row seat would often lead to riders being bullied verbally and sometimes confronted in person to the point where people broke out into tears. One rider who was thought to have been a master instructor's class favorite found that the other female riders put used tampons in her purse as revenge.
Yeah, I'm gonna be cycling next to Vanessa today, okay? So let's say I've made it to the top of the... She's like sifting through her purse. Just her hand just touches the wet, fucking blood-filled tampon.
Soul Cycle is not nearly as popular as it was a decade ago. Poor business decisions and a string of controversies regarding their company culture and the effects of COVID lockdowns impacted them harshly. While still profitable, their numbers dwindle as they attempt to mimic the success of companies like Peloton and by creating bikes for home use as well. Listen, guys, a lot of home workout programs can feel like a gimmick, right? Sometimes it feels like people would rather do anything and pay anything just to avoid going to a traditional gym. I know I would. But you know what? Any way you can do something to just be more healthy, I say try it. While many of these can seem silly, at least it's motivating people to take that first step and make an effort to get healthy.
Yeah, I think you just don't want to get trapped in that mindset that, like, this is the best way to work out. You could be like, this is fun. But I think a lot of them are over-marketed to where it's like, hey, you're actually burning more. This is better for you than going on a run.
I suppose there's no harm in that. Except for people like, you know, the Soul Cycle thing was probably a bit crazy. All in all, not a bad idea to just get up and be a little active. But until next time, my friends, stay active, stay healthy, and Tybo. We'll see you.
That was a WVid. All right. Next video. Because then they're starting to, like, distinguish themselves from wild apes.
But at the very least, I think it's more ambiguous than it is being portrayed as by some of the people out there on the internet.
There is also a practical reality as well. These coconut groves are ancient. Some of these trees are several hundred years old and they stretch as far as you can see. There are hundreds of...
Oh, wow, this doesn't even look real.
Thousands of...
These are all coconut trees?
Acres of ancient coconut grove in Surat Thani. It is the entire ecosystem.
Is it still common for people to use these monkeys to harvest the coconuts, or is it something that's kind of dying out?
Yeah, he said
at some point there's going to be a machine that'll do it.
It's still pretty common around here.
And without trained monkeys, well, the alternative would be to cut them down. Replace these ecosystems with the tiny micro trees that are springing.
Oh, see, that's what I've seen. I've never actually been, like, I've never been to Asia, but I've been to, like, the Caribbean where there's coconut trees, and they're always, like, what, like 15, 20 feet? Like, I've never seen a coconut tree this high.
Replace these ecosystems with the tiny micro trees that are springing up everywhere else. And I think that's where things get kind of complicated.
They only can use the monkey in this area, cannot go other area. They'll get arrested by the police.
Really?
Yeah, because of the, 2 or 3 years ago of the news, like the trading between Thai and the US, I think. Yeah, they're strictly forcing the laws.
Crazy, huh? So they're really cracking down on this way of life.
Yes, and it's like just not.
The monkeys get arrested or the people? Sewer water. Take a guess. Take a guess. Sewer water, gun to your head. Do you think the human's gonna get arrested for leaving the area and harvesting coconuts, or the monkey?
Look, I get it. Monkeys are incredibly intelligent animals. It can suck to see them on a leash. Watching them work, it can make us feel uncomfortable. But is this really so different from dogs and horses and falconry? Or is it just something that's not that familiar to us? It starts to feel like this double standard. Like animal labor is acceptable when it fits our Western traditions, but when it doesn't, then it's abuse.
These babies should...
Well, the weirdest thing about horse races is they're really fucking... Horses are, like, driven to the fucking brink, bro. And they're young. Like, when you see those horse racers, the only thing is, like, they have to work that hard for the first 2 years of their life. And to my knowledge, I don't even think the owners of those horses make that much money from the racing itself. Obviously, they're betting. But the money maker is when that horse is done, they just sell that horse to fuck for like 10 years.
Be cradled by their mothers, but they're prisoners.
The statement is by PETA, and normally I don't go with stuff that PETA says.
And in the end, this debate, I don't think it's going to matter for that much longer anyway. The new laws are already being put in place. It feels like Thailand.
Dude, that's the problem with PETA too, is like they'll have things that aren't crazy, but like PETA gets clowned on so hard because they take offense to everything. Somebody said I missed the old PETA. That's what I'm saying. It's like what they stand for isn't bad, but it's like PETA will be commenting about shit that's like not bad. a lot of the time. And so then people just clown on them.
And is ready to move on. And the old groves, they're beginning to disappear also. Bit by bit, they're getting replaced with those short, stumpy trees. Something that can be easily harvested by a machine, benefiting from the new economics.
You see these short-ass coconut trees? These are the sort of modern plantations. They don't grow high at all, and you can just pick them right away.
Yeah, humans just pick them.
And so if you feel uncomfortable,
I will say, I think, I didn't know this existed where they could just have micro trees. I feel like they should just do this, but I do understand there's literally like thousands of acres of land of these tall ass trees.
about this at all. Let me just reassure you that I think this is a tradition and a practice that is going to just naturally die out. Anyway, fortunately,
It's going to naturally die out because it is just less efficient. Like, it makes more sense long term to just have fields of smaller trees that you could just have a human pick them or a machine even come by.
or unfortunately, depending upon the way you look at it, this is the future. It's just so much easier. So I guess I'm just happy I get to document this whilst it still hangs around.
Wow. What a fun fucking video to watch. Fucked up in the beginning, too. More questionable near the end, but what seems to be a reliable and good way to harvest will be replaced by diesel burning machines makes sense to this day and age. While the monkeys untying the knots this day is really insane. No, that was the craziest part. Like, that was the most impressive thing, was its capability to untie and crawl through knots to be able to like untangle itself. Next video chat, lock in. Yeah, like, I feel for him in that sense of, like, I get his break. I get his mental health break. But it's, like, it's hard to pivot from an entertainer. I was saying this the other day to my friends. I think Kai was one of the most successful entertainer on Twitch. But I think going from being a forefront entertainer riff guy to a creator is two different things. Like, I'm not a creator. I know everybody is like, oh, you're a content creator, and that's the terminology used. I'm not a creator. Creators are like Ted Nivison or fucking Casey Neistat or like the guy, like, bro, even like Tommy NFG is like a creator. Like, people that make shit. I riff, right? Most streamers riff. And Jack Pembroke, creator. It's hard to go from that to like something where you're behind the scenes making this shit hands-on. Like, they're two different realms, man. Like, streaming is such a different ball game from content creation. And content creation, it is content creation, but not in the way that I'm trying to describe it. Streaming is so different from raw content creation, and that's even so different from like directing behind the scenes work, right? Like, I'm good at on-the-spot stuff. I'm not good at like planned out shit. I'm good at scheduling. That's even different.
I was probably trying to think of how he would even come back and be able to top what he just did. Like, if I was in Kai's position, I'm gonna be honest, I wouldn't know what the to do. I broke a record that probably won't be beaten or like—
Retire. That's like, if he wants to keep, so I think he wants to make that fucking clothing, right? And it's like, that's a passion of his. Go for it, right? But if it's like, if we're pivoting to like, I want this to be like a successful brand, then he has to kind of also like stream on that side. Like, I mean, bro, like, Kai's probably worth $100 million plus. Like, he could just retire now.
Time it had
it's like whatever you want to do.
LeBron James on at the same time. I gotta end off everything with that. Which is why he announced in a video on January 13th that he's officially quitting streaming. And it turns out that was actually clickbait, shocker. The whole video was
oh, he's not done?
An announcement for his fashion brand and showing his journey on making his clothing brand. While also announcing he's been secretly posting videos on another channel that would document his journey. This was probably the worst thing he did in his rebrand and is the thing people are making fun of the most. In the reading videos, one weird thing he does is flex the phone timer after his reading time is supposed to end to show people that he's become a reading god above the average human brain input and output.
Location, creating, and implementation intention is a strategy you can use. You can pair a new habit with a specific time and location. The implementation intention formula is I will behavior and time and location. Habit stacking is a—
You see what I mean, though? The way he's reading the words is about pronunciation rather than, like, understanding. And if that's the goal, I don't know, man. That's just, like the way that, like, the sentences is not being read in the flow of a sentence. It's being read in, like, a way of pronunciation.
Time and location. Habit stacking is a strategy you can use. Ability of ending the emotional pain, which can open the door for you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been 30 minutes.
Implementation intention is a strategy that you can use. If you already want a 40v1.
Like, alright, man, we get it. You now have reached the same reading comprehension as Shakespeare. If he didn't put this timer bit into the reading videos, it wouldn't have received even close to the amount of hate it's getting. In the comments of all the vids, people are basically clowning him, saying he's trying too hard to be performative with it, and also are saying he's reading but not actually comprehending what it's.
That's just the take I have. I have no problem with him posting these videos. I think, like, having a fitness journey or a reading journey or whatever it is for, like, you know, making yourself want to motivate, like self-accountability, like that's good.
Saying something that could have made it better is if he showed some notes that he was writing down while reading the book.
Yeah, like trying to like understand, like when I have such a lack of motivation for reading, and I really want to read more for philosophy because I love philosophy. I love my philosophy channel. I love making those videos, but it's like when I read, I dead ass take notes on a Google Doc. Like, when I made that Marcus Aurelius video about meditations, that shit took me like 6 months to get through that book. But I would take notes when I would read it.
Books to show that he was actually retaining the information and keeping what the book's actually saying in his head. Unironic.
And even then, it's like, you gotta take notes and go back to them because, like, you could read something, understand it, and then forget about it. You know? Like, you could be like, oh, I get that. And then the next day, I could be like, what'd you read about? And the average human's gonna be like, probably couldn't tell you.
Middle school teachers got one up on that. They was right on that because you do not retain shit after reading a book for the first time. But that time,
hell no, dude. You could read a chapter and then 6 hours later forget every single fucking sentence you read.
Everything was gonna cook him either way. He's got to put that one in the closet. Overall, it is good he's actually taking initiative to improve himself though. And there's clips too where he doesn't understand a word, so he searches up what it means on camera. Where people are clowning him for not knowing a word's meaning, which I find
yeah, which is that's fucking weird. I think he gets hate because he's so big, and like anybody in that space that's large and trying to do something that's new, people are gonna fucking shit on you for. But yeah, like he looked up like spontaneity and people flamed him for it. I'm like, bro, who cares?
So weird. People will always say try to
like that demotivates motherfuckers to want to learn how to read and want to learn what words mean because you get flamed if you don't know what something is. Like, it's very commendable to admit that you don't understand something. It's very commendable to admit that you don't get something because so many people get ingrained in their beliefs and they refuse to admit when they're wrong. And, like, everybody does this. I do this, right? Where if, like, somebody proves you wrong, you don't even actually go, like, you never concede that loss because that's showing, like, weakness. So instead, people double down and get more fucking locked in and drilled into their fucking beliefs, even though they actually were just proven that they're wrong. That's why one of the best ways to change somebody's mind is to get them to arrive at your opinion by questioning them to get them to arrive at your opinion themselves. Like, if I want you to believe that UBI makes sense, I don't want to explain to you why UBI makes sense. I'm going to question you with 30, 40 different series of questions to where eventually you arrive at the idea that you think universal base income is a good idea. And you're going to say it, and then I'll go, that's a good point. And then you're going to go, I know, thank you. And in reality, I was the guy that made you fucking think of that, right? Because I asked you the million questions to do that, but you're the one that said it. So because you said it, now you believe it, right? But if you tell a motherfucker, no, you're wrong, this is why you're wrong, and here's what's right, they'll never believe that. And it's the same thing with me. People do that to me. I'll be like, fuck you. No, I'm right, right? Like, that's how you change somebody's mind. Is by getting like motivational interviewing, like questioning them to arrive at your opinion.
Prove yourself by reading books or going to the gym or learning whatever habit. And when you showcase yourself trying to improve yourself, they just clown you.
But it's so easy to just dunk on a motherfucker, you know? It makes you feel better to dunk on a motherfucker and be like, no, you're stupid. Here's why. Even though you know, everybody knows that's not going to change their mind, right? Because you're going to try and humiliate them and then they're going to fucking feel like shit about themselves. They're going to be like, fuck you. And then now you're more distanced from each other.
2026 and can't even be curious about.
You do that? I know I do that. It's bad I do that.
About something without getting the sped allegations. Meanwhile, those same people are.
Because I love the idea of being like, no, you're a dumbass, here's why. People do it to me too.
Fat chuds on the internet that do nothing but comment on people. all day. And we kind of do need more people reading, at least in America, because the amount of people's reading comprehension has gone down is atrocious. I know this as a creator because I'll say something, a person won't even finish the video or just pause on that part, then go in the comment section writing a whole paragraph explaining why they hate me and how my take is wrong. Half the population reads at a 6th grade level here. We gotta start doing reading clubs again. I'm glad to be in the group of Gen Z kids that got out school right when AI was about to hit. Because if I was in school right now, I'll let y'all know, I would be a couple of octaves dumber than I already am. Then there's the fashion pivot. On that same channel, he's posting videos of him learning how to make clothes for his fashion brand, which doesn't have as much hate as the reading, but it's more of the way he presents it, I would say. His fashion brand is called Vivette, and one way he's advertising it is with his own journal. The journal having designs and sketches of what he wants in it. And the way he's talking about this journal and flexing it, you would think he's writing some new verses for the Bible. Even on the Vivette website, the only way you can see the journal is if you sign up and join the waitlist. So it's clear the journal is the main marketing tactic he has for his whole fashion brand, which isn't an uncommon thing. Every fashion designer has their own type of documentation of the process of making a product. Kanye is somebody who did this a lot and showed off his sketches. It's confusing on Kanye's
why did it just get silent?
Vision for it, because in different videos he's saying so many things about what it's supposed to be, and he's changing the camera quality on the videos to make it look more like a documentary, which is now being called the performative quality. The funniest one has gotta be
your boy for the sub.
Him recording himself writing in his journal on a 3DS, which got deleted.
Why is he recording off his 3DS?
I don't know how to describe it. It's like a track, right? And then everybody's on it. And then when you achieve a lot or you do good, you start to succeed. You start to exceed it. Like you start to keep going at a crazier. The way like I'm a little dark and shit. Like shit dark for me. But as soon as I hold this journal up, it's a lot like more focused on it.
That journal better have the cure to cancer the way he's showing it. Crazy thing is, even if the journal does have good designs and people want to buy it, the videos have cooked anything associated to it. People will just look back at the videos and start dying laughing. There was absolutely zero need to record this video on a 3DS. I feel like even he looked back at this and said, all right, I'm doing too much. While people were memeing the whole thing, it also opened the floodgates of old clips showing Cod trying to fit in with certain things, where you can't put it any other way. He's just saying some shit to be performative for the camera.
Yo, if you could describe your outfit with a song, what would it be?
Viva La Vida by Cosplay. These is kind of busted up, but headphones. That's all I need.
Like, bro just had that shit in the dome. What would you describe your outfit as? Bro, I'd be like, I don't know what fucking song my outfit is.
By Cosplay. These is kind of busted up, but headphones. That's all I need. Not use those. You do not use those.
Yeah, bro does not use corded earbuds in the Big 26.
Why you capping this? He does not use those.
No. Yeah, he do. Look. These are the 16, 15 iPhones.
Thank you. These don't work. No, it just broke today. How it broke?
Kai, you can use AirPods. We know you're rich, dog. And before people get on my ass for wearing these wired headphones, look back the past 4 years. I've been wearing these in every single video the past 4 years, all right? I'm not faking.
Yeah, bro, you need the fucking wireless one. Well, I still use these because these are good with a mic for TikTok. They probably got my ear goop in them. Yep, you got my ear goop. That's how you know I use them. When your earwax gets all stuck in those motherfuckers.
I'm not sure why he does it or if he tries to do it subtly so people don't notice much. But in 2026, with all the forms of social media we got, people are gonna be able to tell when you're faking it. I do believe though that even with all these performative shenanigans, he actually got into fashion and likes it. You can tell his fashion game.
No, I bet he does like fashion. I bet he does want to make good clothing. But it's just like, I don't know. Like, do you think that like management or PR or somebody was telling him he has to like do these videos, or he was like, I want to promote it this way? I don't know, because I think he wants it to have its own meaning outside of just him, because it's not like merch. Like, he wants to transcend it from Kai merch, because like it would guarantee, that's how I'm perceiving it, it would guaranteed be successful if he just dropped clothes and was like, yo, my brand, I'm gonna call it Vivette, it's Kai merch, buy it. But like he wants it to be its own standalone thing.
It's changed a lot in the past couple of years. And I'm sure people will say that this whole thing is fake or a grift because it happened so soon. That can happen to anyone with anything though. Sometimes you get into something and like it so much a lot in a short period of time. You want to start trying it yourself or going out into that industry. The way he's advertising it though is way too performative. There's clips of him walking around with the journal in Paris Fashion Week. And it looked like he was protecting an ancient scripture that had burned down what vaporized half of humanity's information.
Yeah, like what the fuck am I watching right now? Like I have no idea what to, like why are there so many pictures being taken? What is this? Where like this is at a fashion week, but he's just like flipping through the journal. Why? Wow.
Before I saw these clips, honestly, I didn't understand why people were saying the rebrand is performative. And as soon as I saw these clips, I understood why. Whoever told him on his team that this will look tough gotta be fired. Other fashion designers there were probably looking confused as hell. This isn't to say that Kai's clothing brand is gonna come out and look trash or ugly, but it's more of the marketing tactic and how it was done. In fact, I think a lot of the people hating saying the clothes are gonna look ass would start wearing it if all of a sudden people actually like it and start wearing it out. One thing Kai's gonna mainly struggle within the fashion industry is trying to have this new persona while his old clips still being mega viral and out there, which is why I said at the
yeah, like he hard pivoted from like this extremely extroverted loud guy to like a quiet genius that makes fashion. You know, like it's a very big pivot.
It's better when a transformation naturally happens on its own and isn't a hard pivot, because not only is he gonna get low broed by the fashion elites there and they'll just see him as the streamer guy, also it's the clips and what type of streamer he was, doing a bunch of goofy stuff for stream. It's way easier for you to be a small content creator and have collabs with the bigger content creators because content creators are usually more genuine, which can lead to you blowing up and having your own career. The fashion industry is just like the music industry. It's cutthroat. They'll tell you if your shit is ass, or a company will deny making the clothes because they don't think it will sell well. And people memeing this whole thing is definitely not helping potential fashion collaborators take it more serious. The whole jump into it was very fast though. It was only 3.5 months he was gone before doing this whole change. I feel like minimum you need a year for something like this. I guess for now we're gonna have to wait and see how it goes.
And was he mentioning it before? Like before the Mafiathon 3, was he like, I don't know. Like, did he say, I'm gonna make a clothing brand?
I don't know.
Or was it like out of nowhere?
If he's gonna completely quit streaming, but if I was his friend giving advice, I say hell no. No matter what is
he had to have mentioned it once.
Content creator, unless you're gonna retire after like 10 or 15 years, you gotta serve the people that built you up to what you are, or maybe that's only me. So y'all will have me for another painstaking 10 years at minimum. Enjoy. Follow me on Twitter, Instagram.
Love Tommy, bruh. Rebrand that cut when Tommy rebranded into having no afro. Tommy's cut always get inflamed. Speed in the beginning, it was nothing but a minstrel show. So happy he rebranded instead of role-playing as an ape. My God. Speed's rebrand was crazy witness in real time, bro. Went from tweaking his mom's basement becoming mayor of Peru for 1 hour. He got a lot more serious. And I think that was just his personality changing, though. I mean, dude, Speed blew up as a fucking high schooler. And then now he's like, what, like 22 or some shit? 21, something? How old is Speed? Yeah, 21. Kai's a good example of somebody getting famous and rich but not really doing anything, and then he thinks he can become anything because of it. Kind of like when YouTubers would try to become musicians. I wouldn't even say YouTubers becoming musicians. I would say TikTokers becoming musicians. But I don't think he got rich and famous by not really doing anything. I think he was a really good streamer for the space that he had. But like, or has. But it's just such a pivot, man. Like, I make merch. But going merch and a clothing brand are two different fucking things, man. Like, getting into clothes and fashion is just an entirely different space. It's picking up another career. Yes, they're both in the social